Good morning, everybody, and happy Friday. If you're looking for the Oregon Housing Stability Council meeting, you have found it. And people are now joining our virtual room. And in just another minute or so, we'll get things going. Okay, let's do it. Welcome and good morning. It is Friday, October 6th, 2023. This is the monthly meeting of the Oregon Housing Stability Council being conducted live over the virtual Zoom platform. First thing on the agenda would be the calling of, I see Roberto Franco has his hand up. Roberto, did you have something you needed to bring forward?
No, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. My apologies.
No apology necessary. These programs sometimes have a mind of their own. So first off, can we get started now with the roll call?
Thank you, Chair Hall. For the record, Councilmember Defum Torum has been excused today, and Councilmember Farrell will be joining us a little later. Chair Hall.
Here.
Councilmember Lee.
Here.
Councilmember Mena.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Thank you.
Right. The next item on the agenda, which we'll get to just momentarily, will be the public comment list. Showing 11 people signed up, and we will call on you in the order in which you requested time for public comment, and at the conclusion, there will be an opportunity for anyone to join the conversation. Again, we ask that comments be limited to no more than 3 minutes per person. Our meeting is scheduled to go until 1:30 this afternoon. 10 o'clock, we've got something new, and we'll go into that more, I think, when the agenda item arrives, but what's being called a deep dive discussion. And I would say a sentiment has been expressed by many council members that while we have a lot of decision-making responsibilities and quite important decision-making opportunities, there's been an increased desire to have some time to kind of step back and look at issues, I guess, from a wider lens, a deeper viewpoint. So looking forward to that. Now let's go to public comment. First person signed up is Beth Barker Hidalgo. Is Beth online?
Chair Hall, I do not see Beth online, but Beth, if you are joining us by phone, please use the *9 function to raise your hand.
Okay, we'll circle back later to see if Beth's been able to join us. Rick Sojan Jr.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, anytime you're ready, please begin.
Good morning, Chair Hall, members of the committee. I do apologize for missing last month, but as you're aware, this kind of conflicts with my work schedule a bit, and I do the best I can. Again, I am speaking as a member of the Milepost 5 Studios Tenant Council and on behalf of the residents in that building. We continue to have ongoing problems with communication and security. We have repeatedly asked for the building ownership and management to move to a 24-hour security model because there are, with only a partial security presence there are many times of the day that there is no security present and no staff present. And quite frankly, it should not be on management staff to handle security issues. But the problem we have with vagrants and vandals is that they know when the security guards are going to be there and when they aren't, and when the office staff is going to be there and when they aren't. And in the hours window between security leaving and staff coming in, and in the evening between staff leaving and security coming in, is prime time for them to, break open those doors that have been jimmied already and do their business and get into the building before they have a chance to, before security has a chance to deal with them. And I don't see the problem with going to a 24-hour security model and protecting the residents and the staff of this building. We recently had a leak in one of the kitchens, which turned into a whole thing. We now currently only have one functional kitchen in the entire building. And on top of that, they started doing an apparent asbestos remediation without any warning to the tenants, without any discussion, without any notification going out to the tenants that asbestos was in a kitchen that many of us have been preparing our meals in for up to several years. And this was just out of the blue. There's asbestos notifications and contractors that are moving asbestos packages supposedly out of the building without tarping and tenting those areas to an unlabeled and unmarked van. I'm sure other tenants will be speaking on this as well, but that's just another point about communication issues that have been ongoing and critical. We are not getting communication from building ownership and management that we need to know what's going on and to maintain the habitability of this building.
Rick, we're
Debbie?
past 3 minutes, so if you could wrap your thought, please.
Okay, the main thing as I pointed out before is to consider if you would find this acceptable in your own home. This is our home, and we expect to be treated that way. Thank you for your time, and have a good day.
Thank you. Bonnie Robbins.
All right, good morning, Council. Thank you for your time. I'm calling in again to talk about Milepost 5 Studios, which we've been doing for years, and it's just hard to understand why we are bringing forward the same ideas and comments and needs for so many years, and to have them still be unfulfilled. I don't understand if there's a lack of caring or lack of money, but either or both of those things really need to be fixed. People do not deserve to live in unsanitary, unsafe, unprovided for, and living in these conditions and without any security that keeps them safe. And the building has had a period of being, a history of being really unsafe, which we've talked to y'all about. And now it has this, this image of a place where you can go. You can go there and you can sell drugs. You can go there and sleep. You can go. It's like it's become a hub for illegal and unsafe activity, and it's never stopped. So I don't know, something needs to change. I don't understand why no action is being taken that can resolve the issues, or if they get resolved, it's very part way and not fully, and not for an extended period of time. That's all. I wish something would be done. I appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you. Tracy Manning.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to address council. My name is Tracy Manning. I'm the Executive Director of Housing Development Center, a nonprofit consulting organization that for 30 years has assisted nonprofits in Oregon to develop, preserve, and sustain affordable housing. HDC also operates a small CDFI. We make pre-development loans for some of these projects. And I'm honored to say that many of HDC's clients are the culturally specific and rural organizations that this council also prioritizes. I'm here this morning to address the rental housing process and framework discussion and to highlight some of the areas I hope you'll talk about later today. A redesign of the affordable housing funding process is a tremendous opportunity to create efficiency and reduce the frustrating amount of waste in the system. I know you all see the results of funding offerings where numerous community organizations spend months of time and $100,000 or more submitting applications for projects that won't be funded that round. Even projects that are funded are often months or years into assembling the money to build a single apartment project. Imagine instead a project prioritized for local support, then knowing that it could expect to receive state funding and start a construction shortly thereafter. Such a system would represent a substantial savings of community and public resources. In order to better manage the development pipeline, OHCS is proposing a few strategies. One is to delay the timing of when a project can apply for funding. The purpose of enhanced readiness to proceed is in part to minimize the exposure to changing market conditions, which it will. However, without also significantly increasing the predictability of project funding, this change would shift risk off of the state and on to community organizations. This will have an outsized impact on small and culturally specific organizations, and it will heavily impact other community-based sponsors as well. The cost to bring a 50-unit project to within 6 months of starting construction can easily top $1.5 million without land costs. Pre-development lending can help, but that loan is still an obligation of the sponsor, and if the project doesn't happen, the sponsor may have to repay from organizational funds, having a devastating impact on the finances of that organization, the lender, or both. Currently, pre-development loans are made after a project has received a reservation of funding from OHCS. OHCS's funding commitment greatly reduces the risk to the borrower and essentially secures the loan. The opportunity exists to create enough predictability in the system that community organizations aren't exposed to greater risk in service of making our system better. I'm not sharing anything with you today that I haven't shared with OHCS staff, and they've been responsive to hearing feedback and are initiating meetings. I'm raising these issues with you this morning in hopes of prompting discussion today of what we see as the most critical issues to making this redesign work and to help avoid unintended consequences and create a better system without shifting the risk onto organizations we most want to lift up. Thanks so much for your time this morning.
Thank you. Sarah Gerhardt. Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. I'm hoping that the outside construction is not going to interfere with the call too much. Hi, it's Sarah from Milepost 5, the artist collective over here. I just wanted to update you on all of the wonderful things going on for once. So we are in the process of, we just had a solo show last night and we had about 20 people attend, which was really good for over here. We have another 2 events this month. We have an art show that's open to the community with some entrants from the community. And we also have a craft fair and rummage sale coming up. So we're busy. Unfortunately, the only bad part of that is that construction slowdown has made us cancel the haunted house. I feel like FPI is really trying. They're trying. They're making an effort, at least part of the team. I wish they hadn't had the mess up with some finances and some stuff in the building, and the pest control is going way too slow, guys, but all good things. We are very busy at the collective, and that's about all I have to say about that. Insanely busy. Come visit us this month.
Thank you.
That's it. Yep.
Okay. Sarah Cobain.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, thank you for letting me speak, council. I'm an alternate on the tenant council at Milepost 5. And to echo some of the things that Rick had mentioned, we are on week 7 of not having a second floor kitchen. And the first floor kitchen has been out for 2 years at least. And the no notice of asbestos work meant that my unit, which is directly across from the kitchen, and there are 2 other units that are extremely close to the kitchen, and our doors have large gaps under them, which kitchen cockroaches waltz in from. But that also gives access to asbestos, and the hallway had plenty of room to be tarped on either side with signage saying exits behind you to dissuade people from going through that work while it was being done. There was also an exit that connects directly to the kitchen, but instead of that exit being used, they were going around the building in the interior to the elevator. And so then it's being carried through the building. So it just seems like there was a lot of processes that could have mitigated concerns and a lot of safety protocol that wasn't really taken, like notices being given out when they knew the work was going to be done. They were able to schedule it with the people doing it. They just weren't able to schedule it with the people living here. And trying to move things that are hot, fresh from the oven, from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor, especially if you are handicapped, is impossible. So people are eating top ramen, dollar store pizzas that they can put in toaster ovens, and if they're lucky enough to have a microwave. So that's pretty important. We would like to be notified anytime there is work being done for our daily lives and for our safety. Resident services is something that was enjoyed while here, and we would like to have it back in some way. Increased security is vital to getting this place to not be known as a flop house and shooting gallery, and to repair its own status that it used to have. The doors, again, several are broken and not secure, and people are pouring in. Then people can just say they're with so-and-so in a unit number, and even if so-and-so in that unit number has no knowledge of them, they sort of get a pass by security. They need to be escorted off of the property. Yeah, and we've had some dealings where the deliveries are now refusing to either come in the doors. They're not leaving packages at units. They're leaving them in the lobby. They just don't want to come in the building. And so
Excuse me, we
Yes.
are like half a minute past time, so if you could wrap your thought, please.
All right. And so we have some people here that are, receive chemo through the mail, and they have to sit on the stoops for 4 hours, I think it was, to receive their package. So there's these same issues. Thank you for hearing us.
Thank you. Okay, how about Jake Sepulveda? My apologies for mangling your name. Jake, are you there?
I'm here, thank you.
Okay, go ahead
Um,
anytime you're ready.
Also here to talk about the Milepost 5 studios. I live pretty close to them. So years into this discussion, there are clearly still ongoing safety and security issues. Broken locks and doors, inadequate electrical systems, friable asbestos, clearly. Multiple tenants with felony convictions, squatters, drug dens, prostitution rings, countless emergency response calls, and this ongoing lack of transparency with the Milepost 5 studios community and the surrounding neighborhood when being asked to address the issues. The Milepost 5 studios could be comfortably defined as a slum, and all of the what I'm calling informed neglect and continued lack of 24-hour on-site security and lack of an internal resource for residents and neighbors has led this building and the surrounding area to become this lighthouse for dangerous criminals like Casey Borden, who has been, I think, not evicted, but said, trespassed, I think, to the building at least one time. I've seen him on a regular basis over the last 3 months going on site and into the building, sometimes when security's there as well. And so as a neighbor and the community members, many of us have young kids and our, these little families. We're trying to make our voices heard over and over again for many, many years now. And there's a lot of us who've been repeat people here. And we are all really tired of having to personally police Milepost 5. And we are really tired of the lack of support from the city. That said, I don't think any of us are going to give up. So I hope no one is sitting here thinking that, oh, they're going to come and complain and they'll say these things, but if we don't do anything, maybe they'll stop eventually. That's not the case. We're not going away. Things need to be addressed, and they need to be addressed now. And the owners of this property need to be held liable, not the taxpayers picking up a $7 million tab over the course of just a couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Newton.
Good morning. My name is Emily Newton. I am a community member and direct neighbour of Milepost 5. I'm here to talk yet again about the conditions that I have experienced living across from this building for the last, it's coming up to 4 years. Yeah, I just, hearing everybody speak about the conditions and about what they've experienced, it's, it's really disappointing to feel like I have to come on this meeting again, month after month, and talk about the same things again. And yeah, I just, at this point, I just feel like how many of us have to come on here month after month and share our terrible experiences about living either in Milepost 5 or in the vicinity of Milepost 5. In the last couple of weeks, I see people lined up at the door ready to access the building. I've witnessed an overdose. We've had the street shut down because of a firearm dispute. I've, picked up needles. Like the list goes on and on and on. And I'm curious as to how long you all can sustain hearing from neighbors and residents about the just deplorable conditions of this place before you step in and do something. You have the ability to do that. I've met some of you personally and have shared my experiences with you personally. And yet I'm aghast to how these things are going unaddressed still. I'm really asking OHSC to hold FPI and CDP accountable to what they are allowing and encouraging in their own property. Yeah, that's all I have to say. I actually, no, it's not all I have to say. I have a lot more to say, but I would suggest starting at a 24-hour security service would be a really good point to start. Securing the doors would be a good place to start. Listening, you say that you want to center the tenants' voices, listening to the tenants and actually centering their voices by addressing these concerns. That's all I have to say today. Thanks.
Thank you. Tom Vincent.
Tom, if you're joining by phone, I do not see your name on my list here. If you're joining by phone, use the raise hand function, *9.
Hey, how about Amber?
Wait, we have one phone number.
Oh, wait a minute.
We can
Okay.
see if this is Tom. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Director Bell and members of the council, I'm also speaking about Milepost 5, the OHCS funded project. First of all, I'd like to note in previous Milepost updates that you've published, it always mentions how CDP has brought in this or that supportive services. My understanding actually is that Greater Good Northwest did not last very long. It appears from other things that I've seen that Cornerstone, which was only there 4 hours a week, I believe, is now also gone. And I also note that suddenly there are no updates. I did notice in a previous update, amid a lot of verbiage, it did say that they were not increasing security beyond the 11 hours a day, and they were going to continue with large gaps. And I think we can see the results of this. Based on our experience, my feeling is that the very worst thing that could happen to a neighborhood is for OHCS to fund a building nearby. I would advise any people in this situation to attempt to fight it from the very beginning. I think at this point it is abundantly clear that OHCS funding and funding their favorite developer managed to do the following: largely destroy a functional, well-liked, low-income arts facility that had 100% occupancy and was a safe place and an asset to the neighborhood. This destruction and neglect has been documented in hundreds of emails, testimony, media articles, and photos. People have been harmed, traumatized, and in some places they have died. Amazingly, this destruction was funded by millions of taxpayers' dollars. Colin Powell once famously said, if you broke it, fix it. The only solution that I can see as a beginning step is to have an independent law firm conduct an impartial and transparent published investigation of what exactly took place. This is common practice when companies and agencies go astray, and it generally works. Were I in your position, I would seriously consider doing this. I thank you for your time.
thank you. Amber Cook? Is Amber Cook online?
There we go. Hi.
Hello.
Good morning, Chair Hall and members of the Housing Stability Council. My name is Amber Cook on the Milepost 5 Tenant Council, and I'm here today with 2 requests for Milepost 5 in Portland, Oregon. We're asking that OHCS ask CDP to pay for 24/7 security at the property for at least the next 12 months. It is the least they could do after refusing to fix 3 entrance doors for over 2.5 years, while allowing ineligible felons to rent and refusing to prosecute crimes committed in the building. 11 hours of security coverage still allows trespassers and crime to occur for 13 hours a day. The trespassers and criminals have simply shifted their schedules. This nuisance property must be cleaned up and its reputation altered from citywide homeless shelter and crime paradise to safe low-income residents or given to new owners. On Tuesday, CDP through FBI began work on the 2nd floor kitchen. Residents received no work notice. They were given no warnings of asbestos removal or advice on how to stay safe with asbestos fiber in the air. And plastic sheeting with the flaps displaced, so the room was open, not sealed, and hauled it out into pathways not sealed with plastic, down stairwells with no notices posted, into an unmarked white truck. Clearly the mark of professional asbestos remediators. The Milepost 5 Tenant Council asked for door flyers, posted warnings, and legal security measures that day. We've been completely ignored. No reply, no signs have been posted, no safety measures implemented, despite work continuing each day. And this is not the first time CDP has violated asbestos laws inside Milepost 5, it's the 5th, and that's that we know of. Now, at least Boley assessed them a fine and the one-time DEQ for safe remediation. I want to know, why did OHCS grant Milepost 5 to landlords who will not follow the law? How can we not feel utterly betrayed by the state housing agency in allowing a good place to live to become such a bad place to live? Aside from human decency, why would the landlord follow laws when there are no consequences for ignoring them. They could ignore the law and still receive billions of dollars between OHCS awards, tax credit awards, and the rents. Now, OHCS is not merely a financial body as so often claimed. Read the About Us section on the OHCS website. OHCS's sources of funds are varied and include federal and state resources that have complex regulatory compliance requirements, and thus stewardship, compliance monitoring, and asset management are all critical functions played by OHCS. It's time for real stewardship and real asset management. Serious committed compliance monitoring that includes denying landlords funding and tax credits and rent raises when they do not comply or they break the law.
Amber, we're past 3 minutes, so if you could wrap your thought, please.
My last thought was thank you.
Okay, thank you. Cheryl Helton. Is Cheryl Helton on the line?
She was, and now she's not.
Okay, how about Beth Barker Hidalgo?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh,
Okay.
Cheryl's back.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is
Was
this
moving
Cheryl?
around. Yes, this is Cheryl.
Okay,
Yes, I don't know if this is the right place to complain or whatever, but this is a personal problem that I'm having. I am a 62-year-old lady that lost her longtime partner and couldn't afford housing. So my mother purchased a travel trailer for me and I moved onto a lady's property, and I've been here now 3 years, and the county just informed my landlord, which I didn't know, that I have to leave because it's not, I am not allowed to stay there because I guess there's a law against it. But I don't even know what to do because I have no way of moving the trailer, and now I'm going to be homeless. And I mean, there should be something done about, you know, throwing people on the streets when they're living a clean life and, you know, enjoying their lives. And I think it's just a kind of a sad situation. You know, I mean, the governor is trying to keep people in their homes, and here people are trying to stay in their homes. And, you know, I can't afford anything. I'm on, like I said, I'm on a fixed income, on disability. And, you know, I mean, I can't move into a park because they're too expensive. And I found this quiet little place on a couple of acres, and now I'm being thrown out by the county because they say that it's illegal. And so I just wanted the governor to know this, and I think there should be something done about that. And basically, that's kind of what I have to say. I mean, I don't even know if this is the right platform for this, but I saw it on TV and I figured I'd zoom in on it. So, and I thank you for listening to me. And I think, you know, thank you so much.
thank you.
Thank you.
Director Bell.
Thank you, Chair Hall. If we could, if Cheryl is still on the line, we can be great together. Follow-up information, connect her with Shaloa so that we can follow up.
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Yep, Cheryl noted. You're still coming through clear. We're going to have you follow up with staff to get information, and we'll follow up outside of the meeting.
Oh, okay. So how do I get a hold of staff or whatever?
Cheryl, if you go to our website and click on the link to send us an email, do you have that capability?
Yeah, I'm in my car right now. So, so just the housing, so it says the housing community service there. Is that
Correct.
what I'm supposed to go to?
Correct.
Okay, that would be great. Cause I mean, like, you know, I mean, this is illegal. I didn't even know it. And I've been here for 3 years. She didn't even inform me about this. So thank you so much. I
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, we'll try once more for Beth Barker Hidalgo.
I do not have a Beth online right now. If you're joining us via phone, please use the raise hand function, *9.
Okay, and now the opportunity for anyone who didn't sign up for a public comment in advance, but would like to offer some. This would be the opportunity. Please use your raised hand, and I see we do have someone.
Go ahead, Stephen.
Stephen? Hello? Stephen?
Oh, yes, I'm here. Good morning, Chair Hall and council members. My name is Stephen Oakes. I'm the Real Estate Development Director at Homes for Good Housing Agency, which serves Lane County. I'd first like to start by thanking the Housing Stability Council and OHCS for supporting and funding many important communities in Lane County over the years, most recently including the Lazy Days Mobile Home Park rebuild, Ollie Court, and Bridges on Broadway. Homes for Good continues to try to develop housing to meet the needs of the community and those that are most marginalized in our community. And we are currently involved in the OHCS affordable housing process and framework discussion. As OHCS puts an emphasis on housing production, we find it is very important to consider several issues that are kind of front and center for Homes for Good, sponsors incorporated in Lane County and our coastal communities. This redesign could allow projects that don't currently fit into the point structure, even though they are a priority for the community, shovel-ready and perfectly located for their purpose. An example I would like to highlight is the Coleman. This is a collaboration between Lane County, Sponsors Incorporated, and Homes for Good, which would provide permanent supportive housing to people with conviction histories. The site that Lane County has offered couldn't be more perfect for the project. It is located between Sponsors Transitional Housing Program offices and adjacent to a newly developed parole and probation office building on a transit line. This same team has provided a nationally recognized model at the Oaks at 14th in Eugene, serving people with conviction histories. Sponsors permanent supportive housing communities have a huge positive impact on the community and been found to reduce recidivism by as much as 75%, according to federally funded research. This site is owned by Lane County and is shovel ready and was awarded both home funds and affordable housing trust funds locally. But because the project location and unit size requirements don't fit current OHCS scoring preferences, the 9% funding isn't feasible for the project. It doesn't serve from a centralized wait list, so the permanent supportive housing funding, which is actually probably the best fit for the project, is also not a fit that we found. And then the lift bedroom requirements preclude this because they really need 1 bedrooms and studios, even though the sponsors permanent supportive housing serves people of color at a much higher percentage than their makeup in the general population of Lane County. So we just like to ask, please consider some flexibility for projects like this as funding rolls out in the future that may not fit the typical affordable housing project. The other one we'd like to highlight is the family size bedroom criteria. Currently there's a prioritization for larger bedroom sizes of 3 bedrooms. And in talking to developers statewide, in some places that is absolutely the case. But we're finding in Lane County, particularly on the coast right now, that there's a lot of families that want 3-bedroom units, but because of their family composition and the occupancy standards, they just don't. We've been going through just like 50 people, 50 applications for 1 3-bedroom where they are better fit for a 2-bedroom just because of occupancy standards. So
Stephen, excuse me, we're past the 3-minute time frame for individual comments. So if you could wrap your thoughts.
Okay, I'll just end up with a thank you, and we appreciate your thought and consideration.
Okay. I see, tells me 4 people have raised their hands. So who's next?
We'll go with the phone number first, last 4 digits 7070.
Hello, hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, just fine.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning. On the phone, this is Barbara Geyer, and I own Barbara Geyer Real Estate in Oregon. Also, Barbara Geyer, I'm a broker owner in California. I've had these real estate licenses many, many years. I'm also an appointed member of the Fair Housing Advocacy Committee here in Portland. However, I want to make it very clear, I am here today as an individual community member. as I was last month. Last month, I made public comment for September 1st meeting, and I asked for a written description of the details of your agreement with HUD on matters to investigate. I have still not received that, although I heard that Eva Luna was working on it. I don't know. I haven't spoken to her, although years ago I did ask her, and she at that point did not want to put that information in writing. So I'm hoping to receive that. Second thing is I asked for complaints, if complaints and the responses could be put in writing. I'm still asking for that. I haven't had any response to that request. The reason it's so important in my mind is that I did have an experience. I filed a complaint with OHCS in late May. I believe it was May 3rd. And details of that complaint just seem to keep changing. So without having something in writing, it's very difficult for me to say, no, that was not my complaint. No, this is the matter that I wish to bring to you. And also the response is very important too, because the response to that complaint now I'm hearing is a different response than what I heard in May. Also, let's see. I made public comment last month on September 1st, and then I received an eviction notice September 8th. Did I say September 1st? I received an eviction notice September 8th, which is the very erroneous facts of that eviction notice, and even the eviction notice itself are improper. But nevertheless, I received it, and I, of course, wondered if this was retaliation to me in some way for asking for these items simply to be put in writing. So those are the two things from last month. And now I would also like to bring up the matter of having advisory board meetings in person again. And I have not heard why we have not returned to even a hybrid situation. I used to attend OHCS Stability Council meetings in person, and anything in person is so important, and it's so important to convey.
Barbara, we're
thoughts.
past the 3-minute time frame, so if you could
Okay.
wrap your thoughts. Okay.
Oh, no, well, that's fine.
Okay,
Thank you.
great.
So
Thank
that's
you.
3 points. Appreciate it. Bye.
Thanks. Okay, who's next?
Peter Hanley.
Okay, Peter.
Good morning, Chair Bell. Excuse me. Good morning, Chair Hall, Director Bell. This is Peter Hanley, Executive Director of CASA of Oregon. I wanted to just spend a few moments talking about Southern Oregon. I know there's been some news stories recently that haven't put things in the best of light for some of the projects that are going on down there, but wanted to point out a few bright spots that we've got going. We recently were able to do a ground blessing in conjunction with Native and Latino populations to celebrate a new farm worker project down in Medford. And I want to thank staff, and particularly I want to thank Roberto Franco for coming down and showing heartfelt support of OHCS for that project. Also wanted to note that after months of delays, we are nearing construction and rebuilding of Talent Mobile Estates, which was destroyed in the fire, which will be a resident-owned community. And that we've recently placed a couple Mas Casita units, which are the mass timber units, a project that's being piloted by Hacienda and the Port of Portland. So we're excited to have placed a couple of units. One of the bright spots of the work down there has been the deep community engagement that we've been working on in conjunction with some of our partners down there. It's been a real important piece of making sure that we're designing in conjunction with community. I also understand the governor is meeting with a number of the Latino groups down there, and we're excited for them to share the work that they're doing in the community to bring folks back home. I just want to make a couple suggestions. As we continue to have natural disasters on a more frequent basis, and as the Oregon Housing Community Services is more involved in disaster recovery, that perhaps the council gets regular updates, and I don't know if this is through a dashboard or something, to basically show status. What we're finding is that how people are informed, how transparency is practiced, and how expectations are managed are super important in this disaster recovery work as we enter the third year post fire. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Also, as we've been looking at some of the work that's going into the NOFA redesign and making sure that we capture those potential unintended consequences, taking the idea that we need to move at the speed of community. And that's super important, because we want to make sure we're designing this in conjunction with community. We're operating it in conjunction with community. And I know the department is looking at what partnerships means, because there's that full range of partnerships, from an MOU to having a majority ownership in these projects. And I think it's crucial for you to understand how those projects are meeting those racial equity justice needs that are so clearly stated for the department. So I just wanted to throw those items out there. Thank you for the work that you are all doing and the work that the department is doing.
Thank you, Peter. Who's next?
Jessa Frank.
Okay, please go ahead when you're ready.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, just fine.
Perfect. My name is Jessa Frank, and I'm a project director and grant writer for a few different clients, but I mostly do Veterans Village housing projects. And I didn't have a comment until Stephen brought it up, and I just wanted to back what Stephen was saying earlier about the point and the scoring system on the NOFAs. I just wanted to reiterate what he's saying is relatable to me in my projects as well. And especially for veterans, the scoring system, they do prefer having 3 bedrooms in the project. But when we're dealing with veterans specifically that are homeless or experiencing housing insecurity, they tend to be elderly, aging males that are disabled. And so, there's not a greater need for 3-bedroom, even 2-bedroom projects, which negatively impacts the scoring system on our grant, if that makes sense. So thank you, Stephen, for bringing that up, because it's relatable to me as well. So that was kind of refreshing to know that I'm not the only one that experiences that frustration in the grant process. So thanks for hearing me. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Who's next?
Alberta Villa.
Okay, Alberta, please begin when you're ready.
Okay. Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Well, I have a couple of issues. I've never attended one of these meetings, but I had something in my mind that I'd like to share. I'm one of the participants for the Thailand Mobile Estates rebuilding phase 1. It's just frustrating that I have not spoken to anybody from CASA. Everything is so secretive. I do speak with a Wendy or a Bill from Access who are overseeing. Actually, I don't know exactly what they're overseeing, but they were asked to be part of it. And it's kind of frustrating because there's like a gag order. They can't say anything. The only thing we're phase 1. And it's kind of scary, wanting to go back when you're asked to share all this information and you're in limbo for 2 years. I attended all the meetings with construction companies. I even forgot their names, but I have so many pictures because I'm a picture person. And they asked us how we wanted to rebuild, what amenities we wanted back. I asked them if they had, you know, handicap accessible for my needs. And a lot of things were like, yes, yes, yes. And now it's like, all I know is I'm in phase 1 and they can't say anything. So I'm kind of upset about that. And I just wanted to get some resources on how to get information or to even plan. You know, am I going to stay here in this apartment complex where I'm living? And then also I live in Freedom Square Apartments in White City, Oregon. And I'm very concerned because from what I was told or informed, maybe I was misinformed, but this is what I heard from some people, that these apartments were for veterans. And I see that, I see a couple of veterans and they're not okay. They need some counseling, some help to live with families and kids. Just recently, we had a veteran try to commit suicide and hang himself off his second-story balcony with all children out, playing in the playground, people walking their dogs and, you know, living. And I don't know, and I'm not against veterans. I'm for them. I want the best for them. I've worked with veterans in previous nonprofit organizations that I've worked for, and I see the need. And I don't know who to turn to. Like, what are we supposed to say? What can we do? Or what does the public do? Just go along with it? You know, and I've asked for service, for counseling for the children who saw it happen right before their eyes. And I don't see any help for them. And then like a smoking area where it's so close to my apartment complex. And I don't know what they smoke, but I know it's not regular cigarettes because it smells like marijuana. I don't use it personally. I'm not for or against it. My opinion does not matter. But
Alberta,
it just,
excuse me, but
Mhm.
the time frame for public
Okay.
comment is $3, three
$3
per person. Yeah. No,
Okay,
we're
no,
not
I
gonna
know that was
charge.
a lot, but I just thought I'd share that. And I'm just a resident here and just need some help and some guidance to get answers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody else?
If anybody else would like to make public comment, please use the raise hand function.
Okay, hearing, seeing no one else, will wrap public comment, and I am going to forego the report of the chair so we can have the report from Director Bell.
Wonderful. Well, good morning, Chair Hall, members of the council. It's good to be in virtual community. Certainly appreciate continued appreciation for all of the public comment, in particular, just the humanity that continues to be the theme of so many of our comments. So I want to just acknowledge and appreciate that. We have a bit of a hefty agenda today, so I'm going to make just 2 very quick remarks for the council. I think first is just a point of order. I think the council is aware that we have had a few vacancies that we have been actively working to fill here over the last few months or so. So recently through Senate confirmation, we have our new folks that are appointed and then have been confirmed. One of those, which does include a continuation of Councilmember DeFontorum, which is wonderful. So I will be following up with all of you just to talk through some of the details, both around the onboarding, making sure that we have opportunity to be in community, whether that be in person or virtual community with folks that will be joining the council, and just to make sure that you all and our new folks that will be joining have just clarity on what's coming next and supporting that onboarding and that time together on that. So more to come over the next probably week or so on that. And then the second is it's Hispanic Heritage Month. And so I wanted to just very quickly just uplift the reality of the Hispanic and Latino community, both here in Oregon, that have charted Oregon's history. And I think certainly from my seat, the nation's history in so many ways. So whether it's Hispanic, Latino communities who have just arrived, that have been here for a short time, or have a legacy of families that have been here, I just want to uplift both the brilliance and talent from grassroots movements, but also the presence of doctors and engineers and entrepreneurs and artists and leaders in business, labor, and government that our Hispanic and Latino community have uplifted and brought into what has been made the state of Oregon what it is. And I want to just uplift all of the folks that have, both from a legacy perspective, but also present day leaders that we have here across our communities as well, that have pushed us, all of us, and summons us to our highest and best selves, that have pushed both our, again, our state and our country to its highest ideals. And so certainly we want to celebrate that on a day-to-day basis, but also being that this is a very particular month, it feels right and appropriate to also uplift the month that we have in front of us as well. So with that, Chair Hall, I will yield and see if there's any particular topics or point of orders that the council wants to raise. Otherwise, we will jump right into the content of our agenda today. Oh, Chair Hall, looks like you may be on mute.
Thank you very much. Unless there are concerns, reservations from the council at this point, I'm going to suggest we jump right in.
Wonderful. So at the direction of the council, we have consensus on a number of items that we are jumping in for a deep dive. So for this month, we're focusing on an audit briefing. We're going to be talking also about Executive Order 2302 and the agency's work on that. And then we'll also be talking through a continuation of some of the conversations that we've started, which is around the NOFA reform. So if it feels fitting, Chair Hall, shall we dive right into those topics? Wonderful. So we'll start off with Affordable Rental Housing Division on the NOFA reform. So we brought this to council previously, and I'll just tee this up a bit, Natasha, and then we'll turn it over into you. But obviously under executive order that we have established 2304 under Governor Kotek, there is just an inherent mandate as we continue to focus on production and increasing production, but also efficiency of production as well. We're obviously in a new environment where not only is it about more resources to support production, but we're also in a private activity bond constrained environment. Obviously, market conditions continue to shift dramatically, but this is an opportunity for us as a state agency to really kick the tires and look under the hood at our own process to see where we need to shift and do business differently in order to get to that shared goal of production. So we're going into this with a true posture of needing some really honest feedback from communities, particularly those that are bearing the weight of our own processes, and that facilitate the work on the ground to get to that desired outcome of production. So with that, I'll yield back and I'll turn it over to Natasha to start us through the conversation.
Great. Thank you, Director Bell, Chair Hall, council members. This is a different experience in council, so I am not planning to walk through PowerPoint here and really hope to jump into conversation. I think the context and framing that Director Bell just laid out is the foundation of all of that. I think and as we've had some introduction of this last month, and as I've, as we've been continuing these conversations broadly, I think in my, as I'm kind of assembling all of the pieces of this, it's a lot. It is change, and it is trying to get to more substantial alignment with the idea of being able to scale and grow our impact across the state to serve and meet the needs that we have. And so I think there's like three pieces, and I kind of touched on this last month, but so thinking about this as increasing ease of access to resources, centralizing an application process instead of having many different points of entry to have a singular one, providing navigation and technical support in that process so that it is not open and shut competition door. And I think we heard some messages of that this morning in public testimony where, as I'm, thinking about it, what I would love is for the bulk of our time, effort, and energy being put to making sure that we are getting resources to community and building and investing in projects versus doing competitions. And so where is it that we have ability to do that process a little bit differently? And then also being able to stand up technical support team and really pipeline support broadly. We want to grow our pipeline. Part of that is lessening the gaps, getting that final funding commitment closer to when it is ready. And I think I just want a point of distinction, as we heard in public comment this morning. The idea is not to not talk to a project until it is ready to go. It is when it is ready to go is when we want to pin down that final number that it needs, the resource need. So again, in wanting to build, support, and sustain a pipeline, I really think that has us almost interacting with projects a lot earlier in the process and being able to do the iterative work of making sure that we are queuing projects up to be successful. And part of that puzzle is certainly also standing up our new pre-development investments to make sure and mitigate impacts and really better support our small culturally specific development organizations. Lastly, wanting to just increase our clarity and consistency across all of our resource offerings, embedding a pre-qualification process, building incentives so that we are driving to the activities that we want to see, but also this is the opportunity to have consistent baselines across all of our investments. In this NOFA by NOFA structure, we have a different process for a 9% credit than a LIFT investment, than a GHAP, and it doesn't. If we're wanting to speak with our values, those values should apply broadly across all of our resources in a way that is impactful and measurable, and that we can bring back through into the long-term compliance. And so I think that's my first pitch to kind of framing all of this. I know there's a lot of very deep topics underneath the large umbrella of NOFA reform. I think certainly readiness, resource assurity, how does pre-development work being kind of the most visible topics, but I think I'm interested in following council lead in terms of what you really want to dig into for this conversation today. And I guess for reference, I do have a memo in our ARH section that provides links to our engagement website and all of the materials that we've been using to have those discussions. Chair Hall, I see Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, having a
That's
little
okay.
challenge with my, take it away,
No,
Counselor.
So you had mentioned how it's important for building the pipeline. So I'm just curious about what types of ideas or how are you planning to go about that? Because I agree that it's important to engage with the community or the partner earlier rather than later, since interest rates are high and costs keep changing. And so if there's conversation going on ahead of time to like create this pipeline or build it. So I'm just curious about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that there's a couple things that I am hoping is that we are, that we are working to kind of stand up as part of this broad change, part of which is absolutely standing up like a pipeline team, but it's to focus on having a team of technical advisors that are able to actively work. And I think in my mind, they'll have a caseload of projects as we are, as folks are flagging, raising their hands, saying we are working on a project concept. So they would have a technical advisor that would be able to be connected to the project, to be able to bounce ideas off, do the navigation, say, okay, you should probably, let's go dig into this with the program staff to understand all of the dynamics. But we're doing that far before the project is ready to be built, but it's when they're having these concepts in place, having a technical advisor team. We will have pre-development resources. There's which is really exciting. We have $9.7 million. It's not going to cover a ton of projects, but it will, I think, strategically investing those to support the lesser resourced and culturally specific organizations. It's also going to be another place where I think as we are redesigning how things work, we might be able to do some strategic capacity investments to be able to support those organizations that just need additional resources. And that is a difference because right now our capacity resources are really a separate lane where you would go through an RFP process to access those as part of some other broader effort. But this kind of as an angle to both be able to have that upfront relationship, be able to kind of have understanding about what we are going to expect to come through or where projects are struggling very much earlier than when they're ready, and then that opportunity to set those in. And so that is a new team. We did get received from the legislative session in association with the executive order, the staffing positions to be able to bring that body of work together. And so we are working now to work through all of those hiring processes to make sure that we can bring that team on board.
Great. So I appreciate that. And so since I'm a numbers person, my next question is what type of metrics are you going to put in place so that we can have some idea of who you're reaching out to, or how many cultural specific organizations are involved in the process?
A great question, and I think I would be definitely certainly interested in the kind of metrics that you all would like to see. I think this absolutely is the opportunity to be able to cast this out with a substantial foundation there. I do, and I think I haven't thought through the details of tracking the type of partnerships and outreach, but I think having that on the table to consider, absolutely. I think also wanting to have really good stages of pipeline tracking. So what projects are in this initial conceptual stage that we have a relationship? Which ones are, investing, have the land and are investing in that initial upfront work, and really having that as a metric that we're able to see very transparently. Imagine a dashboard of some sort that would be able to do that, and that having this kind of a comprehensive frame and focus for seeing that will let us do that. So I think absolutely, I think very interested in recommendations for what you would want to see as we build those kind of measures of accountability into our strategy. I think really wanting to lean towards transparency, trying to demystify all of the places where we currently have areas of communication that become difficult because there's too many different lanes of process.
Thank you.
Chair Hall, looks like you're on mute.
I am sorry, my Zoom, even beyond my muting problems, is proving a little challenge today. Anyway, Councilmember Lee, and to follow her, Councilmember Mania.
Thank you, Chair Hall. So I have a couple of just random comments, which is I'm hoping is the sense of what we're doing here. I appreciate what I'm hearing as the approach, which is, can we improve processes that will eventually improve access to resources for more people in better ways? And I think that is a really valid approach. And I think we also have to talk about, regardless of improved process, there has to be some more intentional work to create access to the resources, right? That is just the resources here and allocated. And we see this in a bunch of different places, right? With the LIFT rules and others where we're putting set-asides together for geographic considerations. We're putting set-asides together for rental versus home ownership. We're putting, we put set-asides together. I would love to see us consider as a part of this, can process help us get to better resources? What types of additional set-asides we might consider, especially as we're looking at all of these, we're attempting to look at all of these different funding streams for sort of a higher elevation that looks across all of them. I would like us to see what we could consider in other set-asides that are specifically targeted to our racial justice and equity goals, because in many ways, I think this is the biggest place that we're falling down systemically. This idea of a common application is a very strong one. I like it. Is it possible for us to, in a sense, and I think this is maybe, Natasha, what you're saying, and so tell me if, yes, Mary, that is what I've been saying to you, is that with this common application and the pre-process, we're actually pre-qualifying organizations and businesses to be ready to go, and that they're already in the box once the money comes down. And if that's the case, I just want to reinforce that I think that makes a lot of sense. You know, if we can say we've worked with a project and we know that they have the fiscal capacity, and we know that they have the organizational capacity, and we know that they have the relationships in the community to make sure that communities of color are going to be centered, right, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that when the moment that they're ready because they've got the land or whatever, they got the financing, and we're ready because we've got the money to go, we don't need to go through that process again. It leads me to think about, can we pre-qualify projects? And again, I know sometimes people don't have a project, they just have a desire or a need that they're trying to meet. Can we qualify projects for a period of time so that people don't have to re-qualify? You know, so let's say I go through the process with you and you tell me, yep, Mary, you're ready to go. When you get a project, come back and we're going to work with you to do that. And then, you know, a funding opportunity comes by, and then I come back in and I have to go through the process again. I wonder, you know, is there a possibility to, you know, pre-qualify, however we define that, and let it stand so people don't have multiple times they have to qualify based on the funding opportunity or the color of the money, which might be, you know, taken care of with this common application process. And then the final thing I would say, and I'd love to hear feedback on this, Natasha, is can we try or test some of these ideas before we establish them in practice for perpetuity, however long perpetuity is? There's a lot of ideas that you and your staff have. There's a lot of ideas that our community has. There's a lot of ideas, however uninformed, that, you know, I and my council colleagues have. Implementing any of these without having an opportunity to test, and again, I don't know what this looks like, but it'd be cool to sort of think through, can we test some of these ideas or see where other places in the country have done the same thing or similar and learned from what they, you know, where did they make their mistakes? You know, we're going to make some mistakes, right? But to do some testing. I think that also, it would do two things for me. I think it might take down some of the heat that people are feeling like, oh my goodness, if they change this, you know, I know this process, but we change to a new process, what's about to happen? And it also continues to build our collective mindset and value for trying things, figuring out if it works or not. And if it doesn't, you know, not doubling down, right? Yeah. Going through to the next place. So those are just a couple of my thoughts, and I'd love to hear, Natasha, any of your thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate all of them. Took notes. I think the whole team is taking notes too to these conversations. So I think I want to just affirm that, yes, I think in terms of the pre-qualification intent, I think that's exactly it. Right now we have, you know, built into the actual competitive application structure is when you are understood and assessed, like, are you eligible to do this work with our, you know, evaluation structure? And so let's do that in advance. Let's not have that part of that. And then I also agree that as we are restructuring this process, that it gives this opportunity to say, yes, that sounds like a great idea. Let's say that's in the yes queue. And why don't you tell us what your next steps are and what your deliverables or what that timeline looks? And if you're continuing to move forward, we're still on board because we've already said that initially. And so I think that does really change the dynamics of these relationships. And I love the idea of testing. We've spent last week at the Housing Oregon conference and had some really great in-person time with folks. Again, some of these are very contentious, hard conversations to have. And so just express gratitude both for staff and development partners for really engaging in those conversations and really ears open, trying to listen to understand ways. And part of the follow-up that I've had, in response to that conversation was an offer from several of them to say, when you get this kind of thing, let's do a walkthrough. Like, why don't we have a place to kind of do this, try this out? And I can conceptualize it being very magical, but where we would really have that time to kind of test it in a theoretical sense, but bring together different types of development partners, kind of figure out how, as they are experts in the work they do to move their own processes along, have that then intersect with us as we are thinking about how our process works in relationship to that. So I think it is going to be really critical to do that work before we pin something down. And I also want to, throughout all of this, acknowledge that we will do our best in excellence in process to try to make sure we're anticipating unintended consequences. And there will still be an ongoing need to evaluate and evolve as we find places where it's not working out quite right. So I don't commit to perfection at the first offset of this, or likely the second, but I do want to make sure that we're building both in that long-term flexibility to pivot where we need to, but also as before we are implementing anything really to do that modeling engagement work to make sure that we're kind of beta testing it before the big dollars and projects that are at risk and implemented into this.
There is a practice in emergency management, and I know we have emergency management staff in our organizations where we do a tabletop exercise where we're given a scenario and we have all the players there. And then we go through and say, okay, at this moment, hey, Mary, at this moment, what happens? And then what happens next and what happens next? We could borrow some of that technology in practice to do some of the testing with a broad group of people. I've seen it work very nicely, and we've got colleagues in the organization that could help build and facilitate an exercise on these issues, because again, it's hard to sort of do it in real life, in real time, and we can test things to a certain direction. The last thing I'll say is that it might be helpful, and this is to my sibling council members, it might be helpful for us to make an articulation that there is a balance that we are seeking that is outside of what's the good business deal, and what's the good traditional banking deal, and what's the good traditional developer deal, that we want to be responsible with these resources, but we also have social justice agendas and considerations that we are trying to support through the process of providing resources for housing development. And that people need, I think people know it, but maybe it needs to get articulated, because I think sometimes these conflicts around, that's not a great business deal. You go with the cheapest person with the biggest, those kinds of things. And I don't think that has ever been our jam. However, I think at this moment, maybe it's on us as the council to be super explicit about that, so that staff has some backstop when they are doing what is in essence our policy advice to move in these directions. And there's some questioning or challenging to it, which is fine. However, I think we need to be clear at the council, are we indeed saying that? Or are we saying we want the best deal that we can get? I'll stop. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Mena.
Thank you, Chair Hall. The main idea that I would like to put forward, and I think is at the table, is flexibility. Being from working at a very small city of Beaverton and thinking of a project right now that we have that is going to require a lot of funding partnerships, that the major funding partner is the state. and having to invest, not only the developer, but the city as well. I mean, there's a commitment from the city. There is a site already being donated by the city. There's millions of dollars that the city is putting forward onto this project. And a commitment has been made into, at least my concern is to not have a full commitment from OHCS as early as possible, so that there is a feeling of not necessarily a guarantee, but there's an opportunity to move the project forward. Gives that peace of mind of all entities, the city council, not only in the resources that is put into, but also the staff time that requires to put this project forward. That we need to provide that type of flexibility and ability to assist that a project moves forward. And so one of the concerns that I heard today and I've heard throughout this process is this notion of not providing the approval of funding until it's ready to close. And that's a huge concern. However we call it, there has to be an option early on that gives some assurances, not guarantees. There's no way that can be guarantees, but it's some assurances that, yes, we can continue to invest staff resources and other limited resources that we have at the city and nonprofit level, that gives us that potential that this project will come forward. So again, I go back to that word flexibility and being able to test, right? And I think that we're all for it because we want to provide this opportunities to be able to move project forward quicker and make sure that we jump at the opportunity projects are getting ready to begin construction. So it's not easy work. And I'm glad that I'm not doing it. So Natasha, thank you for all your work. And we'll just, keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that this is, I think part of, I think, this is this balance, right? I think we are wanting, for the sake of mitigating the impact, kind of the exposure risk for these financial investments, when we're bringing them to council 2 years before they start construction, that's a long band of exposure. And I think that just saying to make that final commitment later doesn't preclude us from being able to do that soft commitment or conditional commitments much earlier in the process. And I think as we've kind of taken this back internally, as we're getting all of, again, really robust and detailed feedback about what kind of a surety, when do you need it, and how does that really work as you are doing that work of, from a jurisdiction perspective, deciding to continue to invest your staff, from the developer's perspective of continuing to make those project investments. I think we're thinking about it really as developing different stages of development where we're able to kind of deconstruct what is now a very very big, getting every single thing pinned down to put a NOFA application in, and then follow up on all of the very long list, very many different pages of due diligence requirements, but instead deconstruct that. So in a first blush, let's look at that pro forma. Looks like you're onto something. You're signaling that you are kind of pursuing these places of equity and racial justice alignment, AMI, your target populations, all of that. So let's look at that again, and you'll kind of think about what are your benchmarks, what are you working toward, and then go to another stage where we're kind of interacting with projects about their policy objectives and how are they forming partnerships, and kind of doing that over. And I'm sure some projects will walk through those very swiftly and be ready for that final commitment. And others, I think we want to be able to go at the pace that communities need them to go. And so I think, to that extent, I think it is, a balanced consideration. I think one of the questions I've had, and I don't know what the council thoughts are, but, I think as we are doing, if what is it, because bringing votes that feel, that are, you know, when we're bringing things to vote, I mean, I feel like some of our resources feel like this, and they are, everything's done, we are ready to go, vote on this, and you know that the no is kind of a significant departure from all of the things that led us to that vote. And so I think that is like, I feel like it places the bulk of the burden on really having clear thresholds, clear requirements, right? Like anything that we bring would pass pass the good enough to fund criteria for Housing Stability Council. And I don't think that's a low bar. I think that's setting a very clear, very high bar for performance that you expect. And so that anything that we are bringing needs to be that. And I think, so that kind of, I think, and you know, to a large degree, that's what we do now through our NOFA scorings. And I also just need to, I've thought to just acknowledge it in this space with council, how that relationship starts to look a little bit different, or how, like, you know, and I think wanting to, again, prioritize and value council's both statutory role, but also just policy advisory role and approval role, and how does that kind of intersect with this kind of shift in where we want to do that final commitment.
Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Thanks for raising that, Natasha, because I have often in the time that I've been at council felt that, you know, it just exactly what you say, is the point of a project comes to us, there is no ability for us to say no. And so a lot of the questions that we're asking or raising, which are significant to us, don't really matter, right? Because to have a question be asked and said, okay, we have to, you know, that's material and we need to stop, puts in jeopardy months and months and months of work for a project. And it's one of the challenges, I think, to this review and voting process, right? And that happens with a relationship of trust between staff and the council, that, you know, you hear and understand our policy considerations and advice, you're taking that to heart, it's being reflected back to us. And I believe that that does happen. And in time past, I don't know if this is still true, we've had a council member participating in some of the staff overview and discussions, and maybe as we get new folks, that could happen again. I also wonder about, you know, so if we're extending the amount of time in which we're engaged at earlier pieces of the process with projects, if there could not be some kind of reporting cadence back to the council, I don't know whether it's quarterly or whatever, that says we're engaged with these 6 projects at this stage of the conversation, and you should just have a general awareness. We're not voting it up or down. We're letting you know we're working with agency X. They're looking great in these areas. We're working with them on these areas. We anticipate it continuing to move forward to the next step, and then the next quarter, you know, so on and so forth, so that by the time we get to this place, because we're talking about expanding this pre-engagement to a decision, we might feel more familiar and understand more the technical assistance, the support that has been offered, and the conversations, right? So if I want to raise a conversation about, I don't think this project actually meets our racial justice and equity goals, something I raise quite often, you know, when these projects come, which is not about someone's been bad or, you know, any of those kinds of things. It's a question for me. Yeah. If I have the ability to hear along the way, you know what, we did look at that and we asked them about this, and this is what they said about it, we're satisfied. That might be a way for us to feel a little better when something comes to us and we're either approving it through consent or approving it through vote, but we don't have the ability to say no to anything. Yeah. Just a thought.
Absolutely appreciate that, Councilmember Lee.
Okay, anybody else interested in weighing in right now?
So Chair Hall, if I may just,
Yes.
I think uplift a couple of things for council's consideration, because I think one of the things that has been top of mind, again, knowing that we're having generative, open, sort of a less structured conversation today, because there's a parallel conversation in which we are engaging with DOJ to sort of really lay out needs and expectations of the council, and to make sure that we are not moving council through the sort of standard way of doing business, and then the work itself is evolving. I would just submit that as part of that testing phase of the actual work to glean some learnings and apply them, there is likely a high value opportunity to also test how we bring that work to council in a way that doesn't jam council up to then be forced to make a vote on something without the opportunity to have true agency and to just try some things out. So just a couple things I would submit for council consideration. The other thing, just in the vein of keeping really open 100 conversation, is, you know, the idea of testing something is an important piece of the agency's, I would say probably critical to the agency's growth. That we cannot be afraid to test things. We can't be afraid to fumble, and maybe even not major fumbles, but certainly just fumbles. We have to be able to have some of that. And I would just acknowledge that has not been the prior place of how government agencies operate and function. And so just something to consider as we think about collectively with our partners, as we're sort of all recalibrating to be in this new place and to make the system do things that maybe in its current form isn't doing in the most efficient, fastest, you know, most voluminous way. We're going to have some fumble forwards together. And so I think that's just a new way of being in that. And then the third just sort of gleaning is, as we have continued to have conversations about specific ways, not generalities, but specific ways to advance racial justice, I think one of the key things I continue to be really interested in, and that we spend, thanks really to the good work of the team, is making sure that we can have a really excellent sound process. And part of that process, one facet of it, is that we don't find ourselves too comfortable talking about culturally specific entities without them actually in the room, so that we ourselves don't make any assumptions about capacity or what their needs are on behalf of anybody but them. And so I think that is one of the areas of growth and push that we're working towards in this process, that we don't speak about them without them present. They know clearly what their needs and expectations are. And so just want to name that for us. That's it for me, Chair Hall. I'll yield back to you and we can figure where we're at in the conversation and whether we need to move to the next one.
Yeah, that's the question exactly that I wanted to put to the council. Do you feel like we've had an opportunity, at least in this time frame and setting, to explore this? Would you like to explore a little further? I'm seeing a thumbs up, yes, but or is everybody comfortable with moving on to our update on Executive Order 2302? Well, hearing no objections, let's move on. Oh, I'm sorry, Mary.
This is
Go
not an
ahead.
objection. It's just
Pardon
a
me?
question.
Okay.
We had an hour scheduled for this, and we had 3 topics. And I think the conversation we've had has been very helpful and very generative. I don't think we can do the other 2 topics in the 35 minutes that are left, or the 25 minutes that are left. And I'm wondering if we can do some prioritization, because I would hate to rush through both of them and give short shrift. And I don't know which is of higher priority. Director Bell, I would, take your advice on that, but I'd like us to just, or we're pushing the agenda further out. I just want us to check in about time.
Yeah, well, I think we have, I appreciate that, Councilmember Lee. I think we have a couple of options that we can in front of us. So one, I think we can either, the council can make a determination of whether we want to move our HR update to next month. That's option one. I think we moved that before, so I think that's option one. And or I think there are some important updates we at least would love to be able to get in front of council, but that is a decision part for the council to make. I think if it is between the 2 items, I think what feels probably the most pressing from my seat is getting you an update on 2302, and then we can offer an in writing summary on the audit, and then certainly bring it as a starting point for our deep dive next month.
How does everybody feel about that approach? I'm good with it. So we will move into the executive order 2302, and then we will receive a written report on the audit results. So who's going to lead us on that? Is that, let's see, Mike?
Hey, good morning, Chair Hall, members of the
Hi,
council. It's
Mike.
good to be with you all this morning. Thanks for making the time to dig into this important conversation. I'm going to be just guiding us through a short presentation. So I do have kind of a slide deck to run us through because we haven't really gotten a chance to talk a ton about Executive Order 2302, and I'm excited to dig in and just provide a bit of an overview about what we've been up to, and then take any questions that you all have. So I'm going to attempt to share my screen. All right. And you're probably seeing the presenter side, aren't you? Is that right? Can anyone tell me if they're seeing the full slide deck or if they're just seeing the
We see it in presentation form, Mike. I think there's 2 columns, but we can see it in presentation form. Yep, there you go.
Awesome. Thanks for confirming. All right. So for the record, my name is Mike Savara. I use he, him, his pronouns. I am the Special Initiatives Director at Oregon Housing Community Services. It's really great to be with you all today. So we've been well underway for the last 10 months now, since January 10th of 2023, deploying various different services throughout the state for a critical response for emergency homelessness resources as a result of Executive Order 2302. And so today I'm going to talk about sort of the work that we've been up to, sort of what the services are, and where we've been at, and where we're heading. So I will kind of dive into some of these pieces. I want to make sure you all kind of get a bit of context on sort of where this has come from. So we're going to go over a bit of a timeline first. And I'm going to attempt to keep myself to about 10 to 12 minutes on the actual presentation, so we have a good amount of time for questions, because I'm sure you all will have great questions and feedback for us. So the timeline for this emergency order is really critical. We saw that Governor Kotek's first full day in office on January 10th of 2023, she declared a homelessness state of emergency using Executive Order 2302. Executive Order 2302 was also paired with 2 other executive orders, 2303 and 2304, that really helped us think about the response that the agencies at state agencies and as OHCS needed to think about, both in terms of production, as well as a lot of the work that you've been hearing from our partners in affordable rental housing, as well as just how do we respond to the crisis of homelessness that's happening throughout our communities. The Executive Order 2302 utilized a set of data from 2017 to 2022 that looked at how communities had increases in unsheltered homelessness according to the point in time count data from 2017 to 2022, and they had to demonstrate an increase of 50% or more of unsheltered homelessness from 2017 to 2022. We utilized structures called continuums of care. You've probably heard about these before. There are 8 of them throughout Oregon. So 7 of the continuums of care demonstrated that rapid increase in unsheltered homelessness from that 5-year period when the data was available. And we know that this point in time count is often a challenging tool for us to implement throughout the state because of the very resource intensive process of actually going out and supporting conversations with folks and really connecting with people experiencing unsheltered homelessness. It is the best tool the federal government really has been able to utilize throughout the country. And so that is the data that we had available to be able to really look at what was coming through. So the 8th continuum of care, which is the rural Oregon continuum of care, did not demonstrate that rapid increase in homelessness that the other 7 did. We know that is not a representation of the immense need in the rural Oregon continuum of care. And as a result, we saw additional investment that we'll talk about in a second here into that balance of state, into the 26 county region throughout the rural Oregon continuum of care. I also want to call your attention to kind of two different timelines. You see on the top of your screen, we have sort of the executive order regions on the top, starting on January 10th and really moving over to the right. All of the different areas of work that I won't get into all the details of, but we established a variety of systems and conversations with local communities over the months after the executive order was declared to actually begin to plan how we would get resources out. We also started a conversation once House Bill 1519 and House Bill 2001 were passed in March to really think about how we would deploy resources throughout the rural communities in the balance of state. There are 26 counties, like I mentioned before, and we really wanted to understand those needs and understand how they wanted us to be able to deploy resources throughout those communities, because it was a unique challenge in really trying to understand how we could deploy resources in where really lacking infrastructure and lacking support in the past had caused sort of less ability to deploy resources in the same way as we had done in the emergency order region. So really the big piece I want to highlight here is that this collaboration is with the Oregon Department of Emergency Management for the executive order region. We moved quickly to be able to get these resources out, and by April we actually had the first resources available in the communities to actually begin creating new shelters, rehousing people, and preventing homelessness. So we saw a ton of work just moving quickly to establish these. I'll talk a bit more about sort of the plans and supports that folks had in terms of how they actually came to OHCS with those strategies from the local level. But really big picture I want to leave you with here is just we've been really coordinating across the agency to build this system and build this response out. It's something we've never really done before. It's a new way of funding that the agency is testing out kind of in our last conversation. It's really, I think this opportunity for emergency response is also an opportunity to test and try new things, new ways of doing business to see what is most effective and what reaches our goals around equity and racial justice, and how do we ensure that we're getting resources to those that are most impacted. So kind of moving us forward in the timeline, this summer, starting in July, we really saw a variety of new sort of things being stood up at the local level. After we got resources to local communities through the MAC groups, which are multi-agency coordinating groups of continuums of care and culturally specific organizations, local governments, other critical organizations like community action agencies, housing authorities, were binding together to solve this problem in front of them. They were actually working collaboratively, many of them meeting every week, trying to understand what their response needed to look like at that local level and really driving the local response. Using these emergency management approaches was really critical for us to be able to ensure that we were moving quickly because we had a very tight timeline. The executive order ends on January 10th of 2024. So essentially we have 1 year to accomplish some really big goals that we'll talk about in a second here. So really just wanted to again highlight like the work that we've been doing to drive this forward. The balance of state planning is another really critical piece here that we'll talk about more in a sec. But I think this is, again, just trying to show the breadth of the work that we've been doing and how OHCS has been organizing ourselves to actually be ready for this opportunity. I think that a big piece here is like this executive order work is very much something that we've been I think preparing ourselves to be ready for as an organization. You know, we've been really thinking about how we can better respond to crisis, better respond to emergencies, and really think about how we can build these systems out quickly internally and move quickly to get resources out. So I want to talk a little bit about the resources specifically that the legislature has allocated. So there are two primary vehicles for the response work. That's House Bill 1519 and Senate Bill 5511. That's OHCS's budget bill for 2023-2025 biennium. House Bill 1519, again, was the early session package passed in March. We were able to see a variety of resources for different tasks, different priorities that the legislature and the governor had directed. And so we see here, over $85.2 million for 600 new shelter beds in the emergency order areas, as well as rehousing 1,200 households throughout the emergency order areas. We also see additional investment in the balance of state, like we talked about before, the $27.4 million you see on your screen. That is really the critical resources for the 100 new shelter beds throughout the 26 county region and the 450 households that we will rehouse on a different timeline through June of 2025. So lots of important resources moving out throughout the system. And then we also were able to receive Senate Bill 5511 resources to continue on these investments. We recognize that nonprofits and local governments are standing up all of these important resources right now. And we wanted to be able to find a way to make sure that those shelters and the people that we're rehousing had the long-term rental assistance and the supports that they need after the emergency ends in January throughout the rest of the biennium. And so that's really what those resources are intended to do moving forward. Another big piece here is that there is a statewide investment in preventing homelessness. We know prevention is such a critical part of our system. And so $33.6 million is intended to go throughout this entire state for preventing homelessness for 8,750 households. All right, I'm going to move us forward a little bit more depth about exactly what the money is doing and sort of what the programs that we've created are actually intended to impact. So one of the big pieces that as part of the governor's executive order 2302 is to create 600 new shelter beds. We know that Oregon tends to be one of the more unsheltered states in the country. By our best counts from the 2022 point in time count data, 62% of every person of people experiencing homelessness in Oregon are unsheltered. And so that additional shelter capacity is starkly needed to ensure that harsh winters and climate disasters in the summer times when folks are needing to stay inside and stay well, that those shelters are available. We also see that increasing this shelter capacity throughout the state is going to be done through building, rehabilitating, acquiring new shelters, and then operating those shelters. So this is not an investment in sustaining operations for shelters that currently exist. It's actually intended to create more shelter beds and more shelter opportunities. And so really critical here is that there are other investments that the legislature has made this biennium to sustain those shelter operations of currently existing shelters. This is really intended to add additional capacity into the system. So really critical pieces here that we'll kind of keep going on the rehousing side. So again, one of the goals of the executive order is to rehouse 1,200 households before January 10th of 2024. Rehousing is such a critical part of this system. We know that we can create shelter capacity, but if we don't have existing pathways out of homelessness to secure placement in homes with the case management, rental assistance, financial assistance, mediation, or other services, especially those support services such as mental health counseling, employment assistance, and substance abuse services, the system just does not work. We need pathways directly out of homelessness for folks experiencing unsheltered homelessness in order for this to be a successful system and a successful intervention. So just digging into the goals here, we've talked about this already, but the 8,750 households for prevention, again, that is deployed statewide through 2 different programs. And then we also are adding these 600 capacity beds. One thing I wanted to talk about is the development of the plans and how we really tried to center racial justice in the development of these plans. So one of the strategies we used was we provided plans to each community that had their own data, their own systems data about who had been served, broken out by race and ethnicity in their system in the past, and asked them to prioritize those subpopulations that were demonstrating additional disparities, that they were not being served adequate to their representation in the general population and in the system. We saw, and I'll just say too, like personally, I saw communities wrestling with conversations about who in their community had not been served, who in their community had not been at the front of the line in ways that I've never really seen before. I was so thankful for the fact that because we were able to sort of initiate that conversation and say, this is how we need you to design these community plans. We need you to think about the subpopulations that are experiencing disparate impact and who are not being served and not being getting access to these critical other resources. They had these conversations about prioritization in their community along a lot of lines too, thinking about race as one big factor, but also other factors, thinking about youth and LGBTQ identified folks and other groups that we know do not have the same access as other groups. So I think it was just a very important step for us to take as part of this emergency response, not to think just in terms of the raw numbers that we're trying to reach, but also how do we make sure that this response has equity in mind as we're building these plans. If the plans don't have that piece built in, we wanted to make sure that the local communities were having those critical conversations beforehand. So a really big piece that we wanted to make sure was prioritized there. Let's talk a little bit about the goals and the work that we've seen so far. So again, 7 continuums of care had shelter bed creation goals and rehousing goals. We see here on the screen kind of a whole lot of information, but if you look, the regions on the left that receive the executive order funding, as well as the funding amounts on the far right, we can see that the data we have right now on your screen is accurate as of July 31st. So at this point in time, in July, we saw a lot of communities really starting to get up off the ground, to get providers in place, to get those systems built, to get staff hired and trained and building forward. And so we're seeing progress, and we're seeing folks as they're starting to try to get the system built and system up off the ground. We also see here the different shelter bed creation goals, as well as rehousing goals that you can see the total amount that we're attempting to provide services for before January of 2024. So data will continue to come in, data will continue to be available. We will also be releasing a dashboard that will be available during the month of October that will look at the data that we're generating out of this system. Every month it'll be updated so we can actually see disaggregated data in the dashboard and see where each community is at in terms of what they're seeing, who they're serving, and what those results are looking like. So it's really an important part of this, focusing on the outcomes and really ensuring that we're accountable to the resources here. Talk about a balance of state stuff a little bit more. So just looking at time, I want to make sure we have time for questions. So the 16 local planning groups that were established in the balance of state, again, those 26 counties, we asked them to form groups, basically. We call them local planning groups. Some of them utilize House Bill 4123 communities, which are pre-existing legislatively funded organizations that essentially combine counties and cities to create a homeless response infrastructure. Others utilize MAC groups there are 3 MAC groups in the balance of state already that were responding to the emergency before the resources became available to us in July. And these 16 local planning groups really became the conversation, the vehicle at the local level to build this plan. So they built a very similar plan, very similar opportunity. We provided the data for them to look at in their community, and they built the same type of response plan over the next 2 years. We also had to make some very hard decisions, given that we had $26.1 million available here. We had to really think about the shelter creation goals and the rehousing goals a bit differently. So we'll talk about kind of the results there. The local planning groups, you can see on your screen here, again, span from all the way from the coast all the way to Eastern Oregon and Southern Oregon. So we're really excited about the different groups that were formed, and these collaborations are really critical, building in all of the different critical partners, local government, culturally specific organizations, community action agencies, and others to really think about who needs to be at the table, who needs to be having these conversations. Balance of state funding stuff. So one of the big pieces here is that we bifurcated the process to do formula funds for rehousing that went throughout the entire region. And then we did a competitive process this summer for the shelter funds. In those shelter projects, we got 29 shelter proposals, totaling $37 million in requests. Again, we had $26 million for the entire project. So we had a huge, overwhelming request and need. We had to make some very hard decisions, and we collaborated with some of our partners to review these and build the process forward. We were able to make and announce decisions on these just in September. So you'll see here, these are the actual award decisions. And we were able to award shelters in 11 different shelter projects in 10 different communities, as well as the rehousing goal that you can see on the right here. For every community was able to get rehousing funding. That funding can also be used fairly flexibly for other purposes. If they wanted to reallocate a bit of the formula funds for some shelter creation goals, they are able to do that as long as they're able to hit their rehousing goals throughout the next 2 years. So again, very difficult decisions, just not enough resources for the incredible need, but we were really challenged to meet the needs in terms of all the incredible projects that we saw. And then I'll just talk really quickly about the prevention funding. So you can see here that we've currently, as of July, we've prevented homelessness for 1,261 households using these two programs that are deployed throughout the state. The two programs are one through the community action agencies called ORADAP, and the other program is a joint project with the Oregon Law Center to support people who are actively in eviction cases with their needs. So I'll talk a little bit about next steps, but really the primary thing that we're focused on right now is getting resources out to those rural communities in Oregon. So over the next couple of weeks, we'll actually be providing them their contracts and getting the resources out to them so they can begin their projects. And then a couple key takeaways, and I'll leave it at that, is we're really seeing the importance of building this emergency response infrastructure and coordinating between local and state governments. I think this is one of the most exciting pieces for me, seeing how it's important to build in all of the local conversations and bringing counties and cities into conversations with service providers and culturally specific organizations and others to really think about what they need and what their priorities as a community are. And then we're going to continue to see results in the coming months for this work. I think another thing is echoing what I said before about how we want to think about emergency response work in this way, with really pairing it with equitable service outcomes. So building these plans, building the strategies, and then monitoring the performance and monitoring who we're serving through these disaggregated data we'll be receiving is a really critical part of the project. So with that, I'm going to stop talking and take any questions if we have time, recognizing we are a little over time, so apologies on that.
Mary Farrell?
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm like out in the middle of nowhere. It's really cold and I've had to catch my breath here. Okay. I wanted to just state, and I know, Mike, you and I have had a lot of conversations about this, but for the sake of the council, reflecting on your comments that you know, communities are being asked to have conversations about who isn't at the front of the line, who isn't being served. And since the vast majority of Oregon is not in an urban center, and because children, families, people who might identify as LGBTQ or part of the BIPOC community tend to be less likely to access emergency shelters. They tend to be less likely just on the streets where they're going to encounter an outreach worker. It's great to have the intention of identifying and prioritizing underserved populations, rural communities, people of color, LGBTQ, youth and families, seniors. But the reality is the very nuts and bolts mechanics of this emergency order have been written in a way that by definition require those individuals to be experiencing homelessness at the most dramatic or narrow, I guess is another way of saying it, definition of the HUD homelessness definition, which means you're literally on the streets or literally in a shelter. And then that is by nature excluding the people who are always excluded. And so we've talked about this, and I'm just curious if you can provide an update on where those conversations are going to try to be more inclusive of other federally accepted definitions of homelessness that might then include children, families, LGBTQ, people of color, who might not be readily like identifiable in a downtown urban environment. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary.
Thank you so much for the question, Council Member. I really want to dig into this conversation because I think it's really critical about the structure of the emergency order and sort of like I guess the legal framework of the emergency order was based on this rapid increase in unsheltered homelessness specifically. And so as a result of that, the funding and the emergency order itself is focused on serving unsheltered folks for the rehousing side of the resources. And some of the pieces that you're getting at is so critical for us to dig into, because the resources are very focused on people experiencing unsheltered homelessness and not someone that's living in a shelter, for instance. Someone living in their car would be eligible, of course, someone living out on the streets and other circumstances like that. But I really appreciate what you're naming here is that definition in itself can have impacts on who may be served and who might not be served. And so that is very much something we're looking to have some deeper conversations with the governor's office on in the coming weeks to make sure that we're thinking and understanding what those realities are throughout Oregon's diverse communities, because I think that's the emergency response posture we have been striving for. As locals have identified barriers, problems, challenges in implementing, we've quickly moved to try to say, hey, we gotta look at this. I think some of these bigger policy conversations, they take a little bit longer than sometimes we're able to move quickly on, but definitely like this one is such a critical priority to make sure that we're building the system and building this response in a way that's understanding of those challenges. So we're working on sort of trying to land this question around unsheltered definition, but really at this point, the data that we're seeing and sort of the folks that we've been serving, we are seeing that, I ran some numbers yesterday. We are seeing at this point about 20% of the households that have been served are families with children, whereas 80% are single adults. We're seeing more who are in the pipeline that are families, but again, like what you're saying, I really, really appreciate trying to build this response in a way that's not leaving folks behind and not further perpetuating harm. So we have a lot of lessons from this response that we're really excited to dig into over the coming months. And I think this is going to be a big part of, how did this actually impact our ability to serve folks in an equitable and specific manner.
Okay, Mary Lee.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Hey, Mike, I've got a number of comments and questions. They do not need to be replied to or responded to in this moment because we're having a generative conversation, but I just want to get them into the mix. So thanks for all of the information. I think it was very comprehensive. It really talked more about what and not so much about how, which I think is part of what I hear from Councilmember Farrell's comments and some of my comments as well. And I think we want to understand not only the what, how many beds of what type, of what sort, and what area of the community, and also the how. So for instance, I'm curious, we've done a lot of work on homelessness, this, over the years. Are these shelter beds being required to be low or no barrier? Are we using some of the practices and the technologies that we have developed over years of work with our communities and partners and leveraging them into this new effort in order to help, right? We didn't come to these ideas happenstance. And even while we get into an emergency, sometimes we forget that we know some certain things, and you may be taking care of all of this, but this comes back to hearing the how as well as the what is important for me to be able to understand. And I think, again, Best practices tell us low, no. Best practices tell us to center unaccompanied young people and people who are members of the queer community and Black, Indigenous, right? All of the points that Council Member Farrell was making. I also was disappointed, and I hope we can talk about this, that I did not see basic income or unconditional cash as part of the strategies for rehousing or eviction prevention. And again, there's research that says this is more effective many ways than case management. And I know we all, we have this sort of narrative that people who are homelessness aren't able or capable to really take care of the challenges that they're facing. And while that might be true for some, it is absolutely not true for all. And part of what we have to do is challenge ourselves and our partners in that belief. Basic income and unconditional cash transfer and individual development accounts all are proven ways to help to prevent homelessness and also to support rehousing. And so I'd like us to consider that, and also just talk about why we didn't consider it, or if you did consider it, what was the discussion, so that we could hear that. Again, the how, right, in addition to the what. I am worried, I think, as Council Member Farrell said, about accountability, right? We're almost midpoint. So if this was January and we're coming up to January now, we have what, 3 more months till we get to the next point. If we're at midpoint with this process, I'm super concerned about places where there is zero, right? And I don't understand how accountability is going to get practiced here. And I know we have a challenge with this, right? So we've made good allocation decisions based on our knowledge of the community and in partnership with the community. What happens when a community comes back, and we've already seen this, right? Where community members say, no, thank you. And they either give the resources back, or they say, well, we spent them and we didn't achieve our goals. We're sorry, Where is the accountability, and how is that going to work? Because that seems to be critical to this. And it is even more critical when we ask for those numbers to be disaggregated by race, ethnicity, age, unaccompanied state, and membership in other communities, right? People living with disabilities, people who are queer, et cetera, et cetera. How are we going to, right? It's one thing to say, I was going to house 10 people, and somebody says, I housed 9. Great, 90%. What was the demographic of the 9 that you housed? And how does that correspond with the need in your community? We have those mechanisms largely already in place with HMIS and all of those other things. So it comes back to my previous comment of how are we using those, particularly to accountability, right? I think, your hearing, as you shared, this is too fast, this is too quick, we can't get up and running. Well, we've had emergency housing and homelessness assistance all along the way. Of course, starting up a new shelter takes time, takes energy, takes more, but we're not all starting from scratch based on the funding we've done. And I think, our capacity to hear from communities that they're at zero placement or 0 beds because of some of these qualifications needs to be engaged with, right? We shouldn't just accept that if I'm telling you I couldn't do it, I couldn't do it. Okay, you couldn't do it. Let's talk about why you couldn't do it. What got in the way, and what are you going to do differently in the last 3 months of this midpoint discussion to take care of the things that were barriers for you? And then my last question is, there was a mention of technical assistance being purchased for the balance of state communities. And I'm just curious to know who that technical assistance is and how we figured out who to contract with. So again, this is while we're practicing, these deep dives, I feel like I know it took time, Mike, for you to go through that data. The data was critically important for me to understand what actually was going on. And then we didn't give ourselves enough time to discuss. So maybe some learning here is to figure out how we can either do part 1 or part 2, or preload us with some of the what data so that we could get into the how discussion. And I just really appreciate it all. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member Lee, and now Council Member Farrell.
Okay, I'll be brief because I don't want to dominate the conversation, but thank you, Councilmember Lee, for mentioning universal income or cash payments. There was definitely a study that I shared with you, Mike, and Director Bell recently about the Canadian study that showed and demonstrated those cash payments were far, far, far more effective than any of the other services, including shelters, transitional housing, and case management services. So I just would really like us to be having more conversations about the reality of that. And then just a comment on data, it's always good to analyze the data, but looking at data of who's been served, it essentially is they already had to meet that criteria to get served. So what it's not telling you is who wasn't served. And I think that we just know through other data that's available that the vast majority of children, whether they're with their families or unaccompanied, and of the queer community do not ever go to a shelter, and they tend to be the most at risk to be on the street. So they tend to be more couch surfing. So I understand exactly all the things you're saying. I just think it's also important to look at data in context to the bigger picture.
Chair Hall, looks like you may still be on mute. That mute button is
gosh.
persistent this morning.
My apologies. Anyone else want to weigh in on the executive order implementation at this point? Well, we've had requests for follow-up information from council, and I know staff will be diligent in getting that out on a timely basis. So thanks, everybody. I don't know how everyone else feels, but I think we may be on to something here. Great, as long as we can work with our agendas, having this opportunity for this deeper dive into into issues is a nice thing. Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Chair Hall. I too have enjoyed this and appreciated it. I want to make a request that is not simply about this, but I think also ongoing. I would love for us to have a way to track the requests for information and action that the council makes at any given meeting. And then for the following meeting, for us to have time, either Chair Hall in your report or in other reports, to just, see the list of this was asked for, and here's what happened. Nothing could be done about it. Here's the response. Because I know that I don't track from meeting to meeting to meeting everything that we have all asked for, either action or additional information or investigation or any of those kinds of things. And I think it's easy for us to lose track of those things. I would love to just have a tool, and I don't care what it looks like, that says at the October meeting, these 6 things were asked for, and here's the response, including there is no response at this time, right? I'm not saying that we manufacture responses, and to allow us to track these issues over time. And additionally, since I'm asking for this, I will also make a request that we maybe work with our ombudsperson to track the questions that get posed in public comment and be able to see what the follow-up is, right? So if someone, like today, someone said, how do I get in touch with blah, 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 blah. If there could be some record, I know there is in the notes, but something that says we were asked these 3 things, and here's the response. It might be referred to the appropriate staff for follow-up and response. I would love for us to start tracking some of these things, because I honestly can't keep it all in my mind, and having some assistance from the organization in just tracking, I think will help me, and it will also help continue to build our accountability muscles. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. So at this point, the homeownership division preparation is Director Giscombe, are you and your team ready to go?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair Hall, and esteemed members of this Housing Stability Committee. I'm Kiba Giscombe, the Director of the Homeownership Division. He, him, his pronoun. We're excited today to bring forward 2 requests. The first one will be to update and talk about purchase of Flex MBS into the bond indenture. That conversation will be led by Scott Shaw, our Assistant Director of Homeownership, and also homeownership leadership lending, and also it will be supported by Mr. Matthew Harris, who oversight our bond program here at OHCS. And our second item member will be our LIF award increase for our Woodhaven community housing, which will be presented by Ms. Jessica McKinnon, our capacity enrichment analysis. And due to time, I would love for us to get started, and thank you for your time this morning.
Good morning, Chair Hall. Good morning, council members. Good morning, Director Bell. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and then hand it off to Mr. Matthew Harris, who is our Assistant Director of Debt Management, and then I'll take over for the end.
Great, thank you, Scott. Chair Hall, council members, Director Bell, my name is Matthew Harris. I use he, him pronouns. As mentioned, I'm the Assistant Director of Capital Markets, which is a fancy way to say I oversee our agency's bond programs. And so I'm here today to talk to you about a potential motion to take the next step in modernizing our lending program. Scott, if you want to go to the first slide, I'll give you a little bit of an overview. You know, the agency has had a single family lending bond program since 1977. You know, over 45 years, we have issued bonds to make loans or purchase loans for homeowners in the state of Oregon. You know, it's been a very successful program. We're really excited. We've done 350 plus loans this year. We just closed a $127 million bond sale last month to hopefully do another 400 plus loans over the next 6 to 9 months. So very excited about that. As you know from Scott and earlier presentations this year, in May, we launched the Flex Lending Program, which is the first mortgage-backed securities-based lending program here at the agency, and really the first major new lending program in home ownership that we've done in quite some time. And that was really like the first step in our overarching strategy, really to modernize our lending. You know, it will create efficiencies. It has a different borrowing pool or a set of borrowers than the bond program. So it really kind of expands our outreach to Oregonians for home ownership. You know, and continuing its modernization process, we want to bring those mortgage-backed securities into the bond program. We feel like we have an exciting opportunity here, and I'll talk about a bit more in the next slide, but we've done a lot of work the last few months as a collaboration between, you know, myself in our bond team, the home ownership team with Scott, and also our bond counsel, Hawkins, Delfield and Wood, and our municipal advisor and fiduciary, Kane Mitter, have all, you know, tried to think of ways that we can support both the bond and flex program in what's becoming an increasingly difficult environment. Next slide, Scott. So as many of you aware, and we've heard you talk about many times, interest rates have been rising over the past year or two. And you know, to keep things simple, flex lending, typically what we've seen performs better in a lower interest rate environment, whereas the bond program tends to perform better in a rising interest rate environment. The changes that we're going to propose with the motion should allow the flex program to function better in both environments, but also it supports the bond program in that if we, you know, mortgage-backed securities are generally considered higher rated securities than whole loans, which the program has done for the last 45 years, because once those loans get packaged into a mortgage-backed security, they get guaranteed and they're generally considered AAA investments. And so the bond program has to maintain a high level of reserves, typically 2 to 3% of our bond proceeds, just as collateral to satisfy, you know, bondholders' assurances that we're going to repay those, you know, that debt in case some of our loans were to default. Having, if we were to get more and more mortgage-backed securities in the bond program, as that number rises, more collateral will be freed up. We won't have to carry such high reserves, which frees up more funds to put out to Oregonians to help more people get into homes. Flex lending sorry to back up. Us being able to support the flex lending program by purchasing their mortgage-backed securities into our bond program, it also would allow the flex lending program to stabilize their rates a bit in a rising interest rate environment. Because our cost of funds is fixed, we issued last month. We have money for the next 6 to 9 months. We'll be doing that again next spring. We generally tend to do bond sales every fall and every spring, just to we have requirements that we have to get money out the door by a specific amount of time, IRS rules and so on. But having those funds available and being able to utilize those for the flex program, because interest rates are so high, we can help them moderate their rates in the future in these kinds of environments. And I'll turn it over to Scott to talk a bit about how this meets the objectives of the values and objectives of the agency, and how it supports the objectives outlined in the statewide housing plan. Scott?
Thank you, Matthew. So addressing racial disparities in home ownership, Oregon statewide housing plan identified the need to address racial disparities in home ownership, and it's very obvious, very evident. When we were developing the flex lending program, we worked very extensively to balance not only fair lending laws, but to address racial disparities in home ownership. So as part of that, we actually collaborated with some of the other states that were doing groundbreaking work. And that led to the development of what we call focused demographics. It's actually an option on as one of our DPA programs that offers a bit more in the way of favorable terms. So that focused demographic is picking up loan attributes that are ensuring that we're reaching marginalized communities and helping to address racial disparities in home ownership. So the changes that Matthew has discussed previously, what it's going to allow us to do is going to allow us to reach more home buyers, and it's going to help us address those racial disparities. So, and lastly, a thing that we're looking forward to is, as I talked about this focused demographics, is in the 2023 legislative session, we're excited that we worked on a bill that allows DPA to be combined not only with the flex lending program, but with the bond program. That statutory authority that we received is going to allow us to emulate that down payment assistance framework that focuses on marginalized communities. It's going to be a bit of a process, to be quite honest with you. There's going to be some implementation. We are hard at work at it already. And we're looking to, as we're talking about, is modernize the way that we operate, make things as seamless and as simple as possible for people. So with all of that said, we do have a motion to approve OHCS to adopt best practices by allowing for the acquisition of OHCS loans, packaged in mortgage-backed securities, to be purchased as an investment vehicle for the Oregon Bond Residential Loan Program.
I'll make that
I
motion.
would love to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions, anybody? Councilmember Lee.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I've got a couple of questions. Thank you for specifically speaking about the potential impact to Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities with this action. I'm concerned by commentary that says it's going to take us a while to figure it out and get it implemented in terms of the preferential demographics. I'm sorry, I didn't use the right term. That worries me. Part of why we started within the homeownership division, this other program, was because the main program wasn't reaching homeowners or potential homeowners from communities of color. So I'm worried about us taking in what is the smaller program into the larger program that was problematic to begin with, without some more specifics about how that's going to work. Now, I love the idea of the smaller programming influencing in a more positive and racially just manner the bigger program, and that's what I think I'm hearing about this recommendation. I would really like to hear some specifics about the timeline for implementation around the demographic the piece that you got in the legislature. I'm sorry, I'm not saying the word right. In this follow-up, right? The second thing is Matthew, you had said this is good while interest rates are high or growing. it seems like the interest rates are either starting to level off and we're anticipating either a holding pattern or the federal interest rates coming down. Will we change this situation and in the event that interest rates come down and they're lower? What's our ability to be flexible and responsive to this thing of interest rates? I mean, I know we've been like this. I think we're coming here, and that anticipates, again, if we can believe what we read in the newspapers, some downward trajectory. And I'm curious about the flexibility of being able to right size this according to what there's advantages to one side of the partnership and there's advantages to others. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee.
Yeah, Councilmember Lee, Chair Hall, members of the council. Scott, I'll take the second part if that's okay, and then I'll turn it over to you for the first part. Councilmember Lee, you're absolutely correct. Interest rates have been rising over the last year or two. We do expect them to level off. We hope, cross our fingers, that it will return to something that's a bit more, normal, I would guess, our wager over the last decade and a half, right? It really is. It's a struggling environment because the higher rates go, and with housing prices what they are, it's difficult for homeowners to access the market and to purchase a single family home. And so essentially the way the bond rates work is there's kind of they don't rise as fast as mortgage rates do. So our cost of borrowing increases at a slower rate than your average homeowner, right? And so when that goes up and it gets into the 6, 7, 8, 9% range, heaven forbid, the bond program, it just becomes more attractive because we can borrow it at better rates. Like we struggle also with the issues around private activity bond volume cap, but when we can issue, we can keep those rates right now between 5.5% and 6% when mortgage rates are 8, 9%. And that's when it's attractive to buy flex loans, because the flex program right now is offering rates, at 8%. And so that there's a spread there, right? And we could purchase those mortgage-backed securities from the flex program to allow them to not have to keep raising their rates or to keep them somewhat stable. As rates decline, then we just won't purchase those mortgage-backed securities if they're not attractive to the bond program. If we can't purchase the MBS for the same or something similar to what we're already going out and giving to homeowners, we just won't do it, it would be great for the department, because then the flex program becomes more attractive to other borrowers, and then they get more demand within their program, they do more loans. And so we can kind of do the same amount of lending. It'll just shift between which program will facilitate that and not. And as you mentioned, the flex program is much more flexible than the bond program into who we can target as borrowers. We're restricted by federal tax rules, federal laws around, tax exempt bonds, qualified loans, et cetera, that Scott's program is not. And so I see that, these programs will kind of ebb and flow over time, and this helps give us some flexibility to sustain both programs in the long term.
Thank you so much. It's super helpful. Chair Hall, could we just put on the list? We talked about this a couple times. I really feel like we would all benefit from a significant teach-in on the housing finance functions of our responsibilities. We get great information there, but having some more baseline understanding of how these very complex financial practices work is absolutely necessary for us. And Matthew, thank you for that. I'll just have one last comment, which is I appreciate that there's flexibility back and forth. What I don't want to have happen is that by taking the more flexible program and putting it into the less flexible program, we have lost something that was very precious and good that came up because we didn't have the flexibility. And I also want to make sure that we're not making assumptions. I think there was something else in the presentation that by doing so, we don't have to supply some of the additional assistance for down payment to some of these first-time homeowner households that we now have to do. In fact, I think even with this flexibility and lowering the amount that we're paying to purchase the loan or the mortgage is still going to require us to provide at least what we're doing, if not more, down payment assistance and other types of assistance for first-time Black, Indigenous, and people of color homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Mena.
Thank you, Chair Hall. As I read it, I think it's a great visionary movement in terms of providing flexibility on a mortgage program that definitely needs some flexibility. That, you know, we've been stuck, and it's a great program, the Oregon Bond Program, for assisting in homeownership and being able to expand the toolbox of resources that can help. And not only by doing that, but also keeping it sustainable on its own as its own program, I think is very, very important. So I think it's a great opportunity to look at this and continue to leverage both of those programs to the benefit of Oregon first-time home buyers. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else with questions, comments, feedback at this point? All right. Next step. So we are being.
Move the motion.
Yes. Okay, we have a motion, and is somebody willing to make the
I will
second?
second it.
Thanks very much. It's a Mary Mary. And if we could have the roll call now, please.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Councilmember Farrell,
Yes.
Chair Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Mena. You're muted, Councilmember Mena.
Yes.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right. And we are just a couple of minutes behind schedule. I've got 11:33 showing on my computer. So our 15-minute break, and please be back and ready for us to reconvene at 11:48. If that's okay with everybody. See you in a few. How many? And we are reconvened, and welcome back. This is the Oregon Housing Stability Council, our monthly meeting. It is Friday, October 6th, 2023. And we are reconvening at 11:48 a.m. and we will start off with the presentation from the Affordable Rental Housing Division. Take it away, folks.
Chair Hall, I think we missed one of the items for homeownership.
Oh, I am sorry about that. Okay. Lift award increase for Woodhaven Community Housing. Jessica McKinnon.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for having me. I will share my screen really quick. Oops. Okay. All right. Good morning. I'm Jessica McKinnon, Senior Homeownership Development Program Analyst, and I use she, her pronouns. I'm here today to request a funding increase for the first phase of the Woodhaven Community Housing Development by Thistle and Nest, a development approved during the 2022 NOFA. The request is here on the screen. To give a little background, because LIFT awards are tied to an ownership stake in the land, the award that we offer developers needs to be supported by an appraisal. However, given the cost of an appraisal, in the past, we've not required that appraisals be submitted at application. Developers can submit a request for the award using a market study or tax appraisal value to serve as a conservative estimate, and then we would require the full appraisal before we would close on the final amount of the loan. We don't award funds greater than the appraisal. However, it is pretty common that the estimates end up lower than the appraised value. So awardees who follow this path don't get the full award they might have qualified for. In late 2022, this developer submitted their final appraisal, which was higher than the awarded amount, and asked if it was possible to increase the award in this kind of situation. We didn't see any issues with this and received the Finance Committee's approval on January 17th, 2023. We learned after this approval that the funds that we believed to have been left over had been rolled over into the rental NOFA, so we weren't able to provide the increase at that time. After our 2023 NOFA, though, we ultimately had about $760,000 in LIFT funds still available. We released a notice to all of our 2022 and 2023 awardees, notifying them of these funds and their availability on a first-come, first-served basis to those applicants whose appraisals came back higher than their LIFT award. We received 6 applications and will likely be bringing 5 of them to you for consideration. Woodhaven is one awardee through this process. Our original intent was to bring the awardees to our Finance Committee and receive approval as each came closer to their closing date. With Woodhaven already having received approval, we were moving forward with their closing, but in a final legal sufficiency ruling last week, we learned that the Chapter 813 Division 5 general rules that define cost thresholds only applies to rental housing. That's the rule that defines which increases may be approved by our Finance Committee and which must be approved by this council. This means that our homeownership items need to take an additional step to receive your approval as well. We intend to bring all of these increased recommendations to you in November, but needed to fast track approval for the Woodhaven project to meet closing deadlines. Woodhaven Phase 1 includes the construction of 19 affordable townhomes in Bend, Oregon. It was awarded $1,916,197 in 2022, which is $100,852 per unit. They requested an additional $268,803, which is $14,147 per unit. This will put them at the maximum award for their 2022 NOFA, which is $2,185,000 or $115,000 per unit. This request is supported by their appraisal. This project has undergone our full underwriting process, including legal sufficiency reviews by DOJ, and it will be ready to close upon council's approval of their award increase. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to address any questions.
Alrighty, council, questions, feedback? Well, hearing none, I would be willing, eager to entertain a motion for approval at this point for this increase.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks. Could we have the roll call, please?
Thank you, Chair Hall. For the record, Councilmember Farrell has lost her signal, but we do still have quorum with 4 of the 6 council members in attendance.
Okay.
Chair Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Mena,
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we move to affordable rental housing division and manufactured housing transaction recommendations.
Great. Thank you, Chair Hall, council members, Director Bell. Nice to be back. We are here with one bond transaction recommendation. I will hand it over to Ty and I will start sharing my screen, Ty.
Well, almost good afternoon, Chair Hall, Director Bell, council members. For the record, I'm Ty Dunson-Strain, production manager for OHCS, here to present Huntington Apartments, a 60-unit project in La Pine, sponsored by Danco Communities. The project includes a range of unit sizes, a mix of 3s, 2s, and 1 bedrooms. We have a variety of subsidies. The lift request that was previously approved, the OHTCs, and we're here today seeking approval for the conduit bonds today. So the project is slated to close in late October. The partnerships are identified as with Neighbor Impact and Latino Community Association. This is Danco's Danco Community's first project in Oregon, but they have extensive housing experience since 2002. The Danco Communities is also the general contractor, and the project meets 3 of our statewide housing goals: equity and racial justice, affordable rental housings, and rural housing development. With that, I ask any questions before we consider the motion.
Council, questions? Councilmember Lee.
Thank you. Hey, Ty, I am interested in hearing more about the assertion that this is a project that meets our equity and racial justice requirements of the statewide housing plan. I didn't see anything in the information provided that would have me understand that. And so I'm just curious to hear what your staff thought.
Yeah, so the thought, because of the MOU with the Latino Community Association, the project was rated as a project that would qualify as in alignment with our equity and racial justice goals, and it was previously awarded with the under the LIFT criteria. So that's how we were able to make that call out.
Okay. Other feedback or questions? Okay. At this point then, I believe we can move to the resolution 23-10-06. That's page 10 of the packet PDF.
Move adoption.
Thank you. We need a second, please.
Second.
Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Chair Hall. Chair Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Mena,
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Hey, thanks, everybody. Now, pipeline gaps update.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Hall, council members. I realized in my second visit here, I neglected to do what I would ordinarily do in terms of just providing context and my follow-up on the public comment received. And so I want to acknowledge and appreciate all of the Milepost 5 conversation. We do have published on the council webpage for today's meeting our monthly update. We are continuing to work to make sure that there is progress on the site, including making sure that there's sufficient resources and getting to a clear understanding of what the metrics and performance are. So I'm hoping to continue to have updates from both the project and the OHCS side moving forward around that. We heard a second round of questioning around the complaint process, and candidly, thought that we had been able to provide that to her. So we are, as we speak, prioritizing that response is fully answered and vetted through. And so my apologies for any disconnect there. I do believe that there's lots of different areas of resources and funding that that the project and the implications there around our HUD contract administration group process work, which is really has defined processes in place through HUD. So I do think there is substantial follow through that we would be able to offer, and will certainly do so. And then lastly, I think we largely heard just additional feedback and considerations around our process reform, which we talked about earlier, and we'll continue to incorporate as we all of the feedback that we receive as we move that process forward. And I think that those were the highlights in my head at this moment in time. And then, we have in the council packet, I think I guess to acknowledge that I had the memo in our ARH section of the agenda around our NOFA reform. I know that we've already had that conversation. The other piece that Roberto Franco and I wanted to bring forward is just really an awareness item and an update for Housing Stability Council around how the experiences and the things that we are currently still seeing in both our active production pipeline, projects under construction, in addition to our full portfolio of existing subsidized properties. And so in that document really tried to lay out for you what the different dynamics that we are seeing. There is not one single issue that's being impacting projects in all the same way. And yet there's a series of interconnected challenges that we are trying to mitigate and wherever possible, but also navigate as stewards of public resources to make sure that we are kind of doing alignment to get resources into community in a consistent way. In the balance of all of that, really acknowledging that, again, it's not one set of things to have the same response in all circumstances. So trying to balance those lines of accountability. I think overall, and I don't want to just read through the memo, I don't want to just regurgitate it back to you. I think just need to acknowledge that that it has been a very dramatic time of change for all sorts of cost drivers and kind of resources, both from a tenant perspective and the project side, between interest rates and insurance costs increases, tripling and quadrupling in many circumstances, putting budgets at risk that had been set in place at a time when those kind of both that volatility wasn't being experienced, but neither was that extreme escalation. And it really seems to be in a place of, is this the new normal? And how do we make sure that we are going to both continue to be able to do development for these projects and the groups that are, either currently under construction or are working to begin construction, as well as for our current portfolio. And I think the portfolio issue really, I think, becomes a bigger, longer conversation that we really need to have and get our arms around as we see, we have thousands and thousands of units in place across the state. And those projects over time have needs for rehab, sometimes often significant, and they also need to pay their bills. And so challenges of they have more bills to pay, whether that is property management is getting more expensive, their insurance rates, the insurance coverage is more expensive. They have more rates of tenant rent non-payments. And so how do those budgets continue to work through? And where do we already know that organizations are putting their own balance sheets into the mix? And so that is going to have certainly consequences for tenants and also for organizations that are the backbone of all of this work across the state. And so I think that's a big long-term conversation. In the And that's a lot, that's the long-term piece of it. For our current portfolio right now, we are certainly, our asset management team is really digging in to get their understanding. We are working with partners, trying to prioritize where we see remedies that we can influence, and where we might have, resources to allocate to do some of that support. But again, I don't think we really have the tools right now to do anything at scale. And that is a long-term conversation that I think that council will surely be engaged in and helping us move forward with. The other side of that is our funded development pipeline. So these are both projects that are currently under construction and projects that are hoping to get under construction. So as they are approaching that construction time and they're seeing those funding gaps, trying to lay it out in the memo, how we are trying to approach those. We don't have a robust pool of resources to be able to leverage into that. I think as we're assessing our dollars for our future funding calendar, I think we'll need to kind of put a lens of that on, are there resources that we want to be able to leverage into that development queue? Is that starting that financial structure back, or is it adding to what we already have in the mix? But I think where it's kind of laying out where we see that we can have a strategy to be supportive to those projects. I think we're trying to do that. Again, we don't have a dedicated resource pool, but I laid out here, that the basic structure that we're trying to move forward with is, engaging. Most certainly the production team is in all of these deals, trying to understand what's going on and what the pressures are, finding when have all of the doors been knocked, and to try to find other resources to pair into that. If these are projects that haven't begun construction, is there any tooling or value engineering that can be done that we would be able to accept to make those projects balance, the resources sufficient? And then, coming down to on the resource side, is it a funded project where we have an ability to put more resources to it? Is the increase, what's a reasonable, defining reasonability is incredibly hard. But when we're seeing projects with funding gaps or increased needs of 40% or 30%, that feels like you start to fund a different project than we had initially seen. And so kind of trying to draw that line, is it really inflationary, or is there something just that was foundationally missed in that application that really merits going back and starting over again, with ideally having in the future a more nimble process, that going back doesn't mean going back 2 years, but it means just recalibrating and moving it forward. I think, and then the other piece of all of that is then, do we have resources? Is it candidly, was it funded underneath the subsidy limits and there was still space in there? Is that, trying to apply some consistency to this so that we're not really prioritizing and advantaging one type or one sponsor over another, but also understanding that organizational impact is also part of this. And so what organizations might have resources to be able to support this development versus those lesser resourced and culturally specific organizations, where that's really not a choice that makes sense for those organizations to make, because that will have negative consequences for serving tenants. And so, and for them building their business. And so it's really trying to balance those dynamics. We're trying to emphasizing communication and transparency around those conversations. And then we also have our under construction pipeline. And I think that path of evaluation is very similar, except that once it's already being built, you can't value engineer, you can't change how many buildings or how many units without significantly shifting some things around. But we could potentially still look at what is the restrictions that we're putting on those projects, what would let that project be more successful, and really how big of a challenge that the issues are. I will say that I have heard of it's anecdotal, but there have been more projects coming forward that have construction loans in dire risk of being called, essentially foreclosed on in construction, than I have ever experienced. And that is really largely due to interest rate challenges, but also costs, materials, all of these other components that really are put that project in dire risk of stalling and not being able to be completed. And so those are places where I think really being intentional about how can we kind of find resources that might help solve part of the problem, working with lenders in those deals to say, okay, if we were able to do something, what would you be able to do? So trying to bring all of the partners around deals together to have those conversations, to really be at the table. It's also not a win for a lender to have a project stall out and foreclose mid-construction. So really, how do we get these projects into full operations with stable budgets? And where is it that our last resort, like these resources, would be short-term? With the idea, putting resources in that can be coming back to the department to reinvest in a shorter time period in these really emergency situations is kind of the place we're trying to focus on. Where can we find both pathways to success, but also balancing that with resource stewardship and making sure that we are not kind of putting things too much into one place. And so I think, and long term on a lot of those pipeline challenges, I do think a large degree of the concerns are, our aim is to mitigate those concerns, address, like essentially rule them out, take them out of the consideration pool by revising our funding processes. Again, securing that final funding commitment much later in the process so we lessen the exposure risk. And also really try to prioritize right-sizing that investment, making sure that we are looking at current operating costs for projects, not historic operating costs for projects that as we are developing operating budgets and expectations moving forward. And so those are kind of big bodies of work of data collection and analysis. And I know that we are looking and digging into some of those pieces of work to make some of those meaningful evolutions as we get our updated funding structure into place. And so I think I will leave it with that. I think, curious for thoughts, discussion around it, and what information you'd like to see as we move this forward. Again, really just wanting to bring this to you all so it's not a surprise as we are hearing and seeing projects experiencing challenges, and that this is going to be kind of figuring out how we navigate in this new normal space with the complementary demands for housing across the state and increasing production as we move forward.
All right, council, that's a lot to absorb, a lot of important stuff. Any initial comments, questions, feedback for Natasha and her team? Mary Lee.
All right, I'll jump in here. I cannot keep up with you, Natasha. And I'm very glad you are taking care of it. What it made me think was just the overall story that you're telling about. There's, I don't want to use this word, new normal, and the environment in which we have been operating with the assumptions and the programmatic approaches and all of that is radically changed, right? We were sort of seeing that, putting that at the feet of the pandemic. I think we're not done with the pandemic, of course. And what we're seeing here is a new environment that I think likely will be a longer lasting environment than maybe some of these other changes. And I'm thinking back to the presentation about about merging the bond programs. So what it makes me think about is, as we continue to try to figure out how we're going to approach the the new statewide housing plan or the re-upping of the, refreshing, whatever we're going to call it, it would be super helpful and I think educational for us to start thinking about how do we document what the current environment is, right? So if we had assumptions that, in years past, someone had came to us with a cost, it was pretty much a good estimate of a cost, and we weren't seeing these huge increases in construction costs or having to pay premiums to get enough workers or any of the other issues that you've raised that are here, starting to build our shared consciousness about what is the current state, right? And how is it different than what we had in our minds in the past when we started talking about the statewide housing plan in anticipation of making some suggestions or doing some work to refocus, retarget, reimagine what our programs look like and what our policies look like and the goals that we're setting for ourselves in terms of the resource. And that I know is not helpful to the specific issue of the affordable rental housing program. However, I think a lot of the issues that you just outlined for us are similar for other programs. And so rather than saying, well, I thought about this or I thought about that, just because I wasn't tracking it all, I have to say, because it was a lot, it made me think about how could I look at it in an overall way, along with all of the other programs that are coming at this point saying, this is not what we expected. And the program we put together based on our understanding in the past is no longer sufficient for the current state. I'd love to do that. And I'd love to do that in service to the next version of the statewide housing plan. So thank you. Thanks for the work. And I'll keep trying to think and learn about it.
Okay, Councilmember Mena.
Thank you, Chair Hall. I agree with Councilmember Lee in terms of the ominous amount of information and challenges that are coming forward with the realities that we are encountering. Cost escalations and demand for resources, and whether there was an allocation 2 years ago of resources and there's a cost escalation of other demands that requires more of an investment, and where do you put that marker, right? Is it $1 million that are half of the amount that's requested? It's not, and how do you at the same time trying to maximize on the ability to develop and deliver on the product, but at the same time be cognizant of steward of public resources and being in a fair, transparent process where resources are allocated. It's a challenge for sure. And I know we have projects that are in that situation. I know there are many projects at the state level that are in that situation. So I'm not providing any type of guidance. I'm just saying I acknowledge the challenge. One of the things that I would like to see is I'm more of a visual person. So if you can provide that type of challenge in writing or in some type of graph, so we can begin to dissect those issues and be able to look at that in a more formalized component, because like Councilmember Lee mentioned, you do get lost in all the information, and you can't really pinpoint on something that you want to prioritize or not. So that's the request I make. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mena, and not to work group it, but I think as you were talking, I think one of the things I didn't, talking about the organizations that are doing this development, I think acknowledging the impact and role for jurisdictions and jurisdiction funders who have put all of their resources to projects that are now experiencing the challenges, and the coffer does not have more resources in it. And so again, like ways that we are trying to do this work is to be collaborative. Are you sure you don't have any more money? And then are there other regulatory or rent assistance, or like what are the other things that maybe a little outside of the straight financing box, but to figure out how we can move this in partnership. And also I just want to acknowledge that this is, as we were talking about with jurisdictional funders, certainly Beaverton, Portland, Metro Bond funders are participating jurisdictions who have really prioritized projects and and that is putting kind of those community plans also at risk here. And I think that's certainly a large consideration and impact that makes sense to highlight in the mix of it. I'm sorry, I'm not doing that more deliberately in my memo.
Okay, Councilmember Rogers.
Yes, this is a lot of information. And this is not the first time that we've had conversation about a project needing additional funding. One thing that I'd like added to the visual component is to see some sort of tracking sheet so we know how many projects, you know, we've awarded additional money to. Yeah, and I think having something like that, if we have who we awarded to, the dollar amount, that would help us have some data points for, should it be $500,000? Should it be $1 million? I mean, just to get an idea of the types of gaps that projects that we're involved with is experiencing.
Great, thank you.
Okay, anybody else want to weigh in right now? Okay, so next steps at this point, or?
Yeah, I think in terms of, I think my internal next steps, and Director Bell, if you have other thoughts here, I think this is an ongoing, I won't say it's emerging because I think it is a place of, a stabilization of markets that we thought might happen has not happened. And so this is going to continue to be a dialogue element. I think we can be working to put more, figure out different ways to communicate, describe, and be thoughtful, bring this for a thought partnership, and be able to do that reporting metrics. And certainly I think and I think we are I'm trying to initiate some key pieces of analysis around our operating budgets and others, with a lot of community partners who have been certainly elevating the need for such a thing as well. So I think we'll just continue to come back and be providing updates as that feels needed.
Okay. So have we reached a point of resolution on this discussion for today?
In my perspective, yes, we have. Chair Hall really I guess we haven't necessarily resolved, but we have informed, and I've gotten some great input. And the last item from affordable rental housing we discussed earlier in the deep dive. So I think that our agenda items are done. Thank you.
Thank you and your team. All right, now we move to central services and an HR report.
Hello, Chair Hall, Director Bell, and members of the council. We are a little bit early, so I am not sure if Denise is on the line with us. Denise, are you with us? Doesn't appear that she is. So I will go ahead and give the briefing, but please know I am not the area of expertise of this particular topic. I am Sarah Roth. I use she, her pronouns, and I serve as the Central Services Administrator. Thank you for having us here today. And we are going to be talking through our OHCS staffing demographics. In support of our values and one of our agency's diversity, equity, and inclusion strategies, we continue to create responsible pathways and opportunities within our workforce, which makes us effective in delivering the services to Oregonians. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
And Chair Hall and Dr. Roth, I would just mention, I do see Denise on, at least on my end, just as a point of order.
I don't think I'm sharing the right screen here, so please bear with me.
Sure.
Okay, are you able to see the HR report on staffing demographics now?
Yes, and before you proceed, I'd like to ask a quick question of the council. Because we are running ahead of schedule, we would have the opportunity for report and discussion of the recent audit, and just want to know what people's preferences are. Maybe you're ready to, wrap things up, or if you are interested and able to stick around. Could we just get a quick yay or nay for continuing with the audit update following this presentation?
I'm okay with that.
Likewise, I can hang around.
Okay, if we still got Councilmember Lee on the line.
Yep, I'm thumbs up. Let's see how
Okay,
this goes, and if
then-
we've got the time, let's dive in.
Okay, so let's go through this HR report and then we'll jump back to the audit.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
So this report is reflective of March of 2003 through August of 2003. So an updated report here. So in our current demographics, the workforce of our population continues to remain relatively diverse, with an overall diversity continuing to grow. So that is great news for us. We have slight diversity in leadership positions from our last time. And some of the staffing strategies that we are working on is that our recruitment staff continue to employ methods for effectively attracting diverse candidates. We're creating strategic relationships. We're committed to remote work options, which obviously opens up our workforce more broadly. And we are working to minimize or eliminate barriers to apply or interview. We've had several, for example, we've had several folks give feedback around using VidRecruiter, for example, as part of our onboarding in the recruitment process. And so we're going to be using, cover letters, or sometimes we get the opposite input. And so we're analyzing that input and making strategies to adjust as appropriate. For our trending for new hires, we have increased diversity to our pool. For our internal promotions, there are no easily identifiable trends, but we do see a large increase in Hispanic and Latino staff promotions overall, which is a 17% increase. So that's good news. And our agency continues to create opportunities for more targeted and equitable career development strategies. As far as our candidate diversity goes, as far as when we're recruiting and actually get the pool of candidates in, we are seeing an increase in diversity, which then allows us to have better alignment with our hiring statistics. So with that information, does the council have any questions?
Well, Chair Hall, I wonder if I might add a little bit of texture to some of this, if that's okay on the council.
Of course, Director Bell.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Roth, for going through this, recognizing I know this is not the work that you do every day. So I just appreciate you stepping in here. So just for some intention setting here for the council, and then just to also name sort of a broader area of, I think, important conversation that we want to get in front of the council more regularly on. So first off, we want to make sure that the council is aware of, yes, race, ethnicity, demographics across the agency. I think from my seat, there is sort of a broader conversation that we also want to have about the culture, the health of the agency, yes, what promotions look like, but also the experience for people of color across the agency, and also with intersectional identities too, which I think in this particular report doesn't get to those pieces. So what I would just say for the council is, one, we want to make sure that you all have visibility to the data and information that we look at, that we track. I think that's just one sort of piece of just factual kind of conversation that we want to be able to have. But I think there's a broader intention that we want to begin to move towards that is newer for the agency, is now that we have some more information and we're tracking it, what are we going to do about it? Like, what does it actually mean? So obviously working in, government, state government, any sort of structure, there are certainly checks and balances and things that we have to go through, but there is, I would say, quite a bit of room of agency that we have to think about, both how we write our recruitments, how we get them out in community, what types of standards we set for positions, what types of requirements we set for certain positions, where we hold value and expertise and other sort of dimensions that are oftentimes only tell a portion of a person's expertise. And so I think part of what we're trying to do with this information is both get in front of the council the information that we have, and to be able to have some dialogue and some information exchange about where we can take this information and begin to actually show up differently, both in the recruitment on the front end. But I think the other piece, which is not queued up for today's conversation, but it is queued up for some future conversations starting in next month, is we also want to know about the experience of people across the agency. We want to know about the experience of all people, but we also want to know particularly for Black, Indigenous, and people of color and other folks with intersectional identities, we want to know what the experience here is at the agency, both in terms of not just the culture and the words that you all know about, but also, and in addition to just sort of the outcomes of the work, how are we as an employer showing up for folks? What does the experience look like? Obviously, diversity is a really important piece of what makes the agency effective. But I think the other piece of that often sort of goes maybe not so talked about, at least from just my experience, is whether the diversity of that recruitment, whether the diversity of the agency actually shows up in the decision-making processes across the agency, whether there's actually opportunities to do sort of less of this and more of this, and where we can be able to have more of that. And so I want to just sort of honor, this is factual information, data and information, but I think it is part of a broader conversation that we want to be able to perhaps in our deep dive conversations have about, yes, we have this information, but our pursuit is much more larger than tracking numbers and widgets. We want to know about our people. We want to know how our people are doing. We want to know where we as an employer need to grow and develop, because diversity is sort of one step, but the other piece of that too is being able to ensure that the experience of folks here at the agency is what it needs to be. And so I just want to sort of name that, because that's a little bit of a newer topic, something that we haven't quite brought to council. And so I'm hoping we can start, maybe digging into what may be a little bit of a fumbly, but I think all for the right reason conversation, because this too fits right part of our statewide housing plan. It's not expressly called out. Recruitment, HR practices, insufficient, and growth in HR processes is not directly in plain text called out as part of our statewide housing plan, but the recruitment and the guts of the agency, which are the people of the agency, are the ones doing the things. And so we sort of need to be able to take stock of the health of the promises and commitments of the goals, and then the promise and commitments to our people here at the organization from my seat. So Sarah, I don't want to overtalk any of the information there, but there's a much larger pursuit here that I'm hoping to begin a newer conversation with the council about.
Okay. Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Thank you, Director Bell, for what I'm taking as an invitation to follow along and sharing some of your thinking. I am thrilled that we have this data and that we are able to share it in a regular way, because that hasn't been the case. So I want to acknowledge having the data is a really wonderful accomplishment. And then to your point, what do we do with it now that we have it? I have to say, I don't see much difference in the makeup, the demographics of our workforce for people who identify as white. What I see is a lot of movement amongst Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities. I don't see a lot of change, whatever metric we're looking at, for the participation rate of those who identify as white. That tells me that while we're working and trying to make progress, we actually aren't in the end. I am really interested in knowing the rates of separation disaggregated by race, right? So it looks like we're doing a better job of getting people who identify as Latina to join the organization or participate in applying to the organization. What are the rates of separation? How long are people staying? I think it goes to a lot of the things that you were speaking to, Director Bell. Do we do exit interviews, particularly with people of color? And what does that information tell us about the experience of being a person of color working at this agency? I think I just couldn't appreciate your comments more, Director Bell. We need a strategic plan that touches what is happening for the employees of this organization and for our goals. And I think whether it gets tied to the statewide housing plan or whether it's its own, workforce equity strategic plan, those kinds of thinking and struggle and interrogating ourselves needs to happen so that we know where we're going. It's not enough simply to say, now that we can count and are counting, we notice the counting, right? We need to say, what does the counting tell us about what is actually happening, along with the qualitative information, which are perhaps exit interviews or even stay interviews, right? Where we have people in critical positions that we have worked to promote and support and maintain in those positions. Have we had a conversation about what keeps you here and what would keep you here longer if this was the place that you were choosing to put your vital life energy and work life into? So lastly, I would just say, we need to be clear about what we're talking about here, what our goals are. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is a certain particular approach, analysis, and mindset. Racial justice and equity is a different approach and mindset and analysis. And we often use those terms interchangeably as we're talking. The statewide housing plan says racial justice specifically and intentionally. That wasn't an accident. We talk a lot about DEI when we talk about personnel and looking at disaggregation there. We need to have and I don't think it's one or the other. We need to have a conversation about what is our goal with the makeup of this organization and the staffing of this organization and who gets promoted, et cetera, et cetera. Where does the DEI work stop and the racial justice begin, or vice versa? Where does the racial justice and equity, right, intersectional identities start and DEI finishes? I don't know. And I want to make us, I just want to bring to our attention that those two things are very different things. And it might be interesting for us to have a discussion about, where any of us sits, and then where does the organization sit, under your leadership, Director Bell, and with the support of the leadership team and the staff. So thanks for the opportunity to see the numbers, and also for the invitation to start talking about what we think we know or learn about the numbers.
Thanks, Councilmember Lee. Anybody else wish to weigh in right now?
So Chair Hall, just to put maybe just a fine point on this initial conversation so that the council, so that we can all be held able and capable the next steps coming out of this. We have a number of key deep dive items. One of those, which is around 23-25 readiness, which really gets into the guts, the structure of the organization. That is a topic that I would like to intentionally intersect with both our work around internal work, to be clear for the council, internal work, both around diversity, equity, inclusion, and racial justice, because there's some growth and development that I think intersects with Sarah Roth's work and Chelsea Bunch and so many other folks that are holding those pieces. And so I would like to introduce that into the 23-25 readiness, just because that is talking about the health of the organization and the readiness of it and the readiness of the people of the agency. And so it's really a people-based, internal-based conversation. And so we will intend to bring that forward, bring that topic forward with that intention and lens in mind.
All right. Thanks very much, everybody. I think for today, we have wrapped our mind around this issue and maybe starting to chart a path. So we are now down to the workforce strategy discussion. Wait a minute. Yeah. No. So we're done, right? Or have I missed something? Had a few distractions here today. My apologies.
I think you suggested that we pick up the audit discussion.
Yes,
and go a
yes,
little
that's
ahead of
what
time.
that's what this illegible squiggle on the side of my agenda is. Thank you, Mary. Thank you. Okay, now let's hear about the audit, which was in the news earlier this week, and we're ready.
Great. Well, thank you, Chair Hall, Executive Director Bell, council members. For the record, my name is Caleb Yant. I'm the Deputy Director. Can you hear me okay? I just had to toggle my, okay, great. Well, who knew that by not having enough time for the deep dive topic, I would actually end up having twice the amount of time that was initially budgeted. So I don't intend to spend all of that time talking through this, but certainly welcome the conversation. Just kind of thinking to what you heard on the other deep dive topics this morning, this one feels a little bit more like an inform. I do have some PowerPoint slides. They're up here. There's a lot of material. This isn't material. I've been with the agency for about 10 years, a little over 10 years, and I don't think we've ever brought an audit topic like this, certainly not a federal compliance audit topic like this, to the council before. And this is a very different situation than we have ever been in before, just really, really candidly. And so I want to take some time to inform you all, that help you understand some of the context that goes around this, be really clear about what the thought is saying, and then give a chance to have question and dialogue to the extent that is helpful for the council. Shaloa, can you go to the next slide, please? What we're talking about today is really the fact that for two of our federal programs, both were very much COVID response and relief programs that we chose as an agency, and as this council will remember, to do very different than we've ever done before. So one of them was the ESG Emergency Solutions Grant from HUD, where there was about 3 times the amount, more than 3 times the amount than we have ever done before. We chose to put that out through a variety of subrecipients rather than through the traditional avenues of the Community Action Agency network. Very different than we've done before. And the other is the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Just a little bit of context on that. We have a lot of audits as an agency. Federal compliance, these aren't the only 2. Federal funders come and do monitoring of us. We do every year we have a financial statement audit of our enterprise funds. And so this is one of a piece of them. We're not perfect by any means, but generally, particularly with our federal compliance of ongoing programs, we have unmodified opinions, often no findings, sometimes a few deficiencies and controls, sorts of things. And what I'm going to walk through today on the Emergency Solutions Grant and ORAP is very different than that. I just want to be straight up about that. Next slide. So as I mentioned before, very different results. So with the Emergency Solutions Grant, this just kind of shows here, it was almost $37 million in federal expenditures. Just again, really clearly brass tacks. It was about $245,000 in question costs were identified through this audit. Just by way of context, that's a little bit less than 1%. Question costs, just so the council is clear, does not mean that they were improperly paid cost. It just means that there wasn't the supporting document to show, you know, do we have the lease agreement, for example, and to make sure that this was an eligible rental payment, or the accounting records to show that there was a properly applied. So it doesn't necessarily mean it was improper, but questioned. The other thing that just to point out, you see under the ESG is a disclaimer of opinion. Both this and the ORAP on the adverse opinion, that is nothing that our agency has ever had before, just to be really clear about that. The disclaimer of opinion really was in large part because the Secretary of State auditors were not able to test what they wanted to be able to test in order to say if we complied to the federal guidelines or not. So what that looked like is the fact that for both of these programs, our normal, one of our internal controls is to go after the period is over and monitor for eligibility and monitor for allowability, do fiscal and program monitoring, where we go and say, okay, let's look at the performance, let's make sure, you know, we do our testing and make sure our guidelines and rules were followed. In both of these cases, with these huge infusions of one-time federal dollars, we weren't able to do that monitoring. So there wasn't that monitoring to look at. In both cases, the Secretary of State then went to the subrecipients themselves to say, all right, we're going to test for these things. And in the case of the ESG program, essentially 2/3 of the samples that were asked for by the Secretary of State were not able to be returned in the time frame that the Secretary of State had asked for them. And so that's an example of there just wasn't an ability for the Secretary of State to test to see if it was in compliance. So they did a disclaimer, like essentially saying we're not going to give an opinion for the ESG. For the ORAP program, this is the one that I'm going to spend most of the time that we have today talking about, because it's obviously the most substantive from a dollar perspective and otherwise. From a question cost perspective, the Secretary of State found about $21,500 in question costs, but then they looked at that compared to the overall population and said, if we proportionately applied that, extrapolated that, that would extrapolate to $11 million in question costs. And the other piece that the Secretary of State said is that they're for the first time providing what they're calling an adverse opinion. And what that means is they looked at essentially the 5 main categories of compliance from the federal guidelines for this program and said that our agency had material weaknesses in 4 of the 5 of those categories. And therefore they're providing an adverse opinion. So I'm just right off the top, just being really clear about the fact that these weren't normal or what often would be thought of as good audits. And I want to frame these around really clearly on 2 items. One is we agree with the recommendations. We take this really, really seriously. This is unlike anything we have done. And so the council understands the period that was being looked at here was July 1 of 2021 to June 30 of 2022. And I'll give a timeline here on a slide in a minute. But this next period that ends on June 30th of 2023, all of the things that were called out, we had put fixes into place. For example, fiscal monitoring and program monitoring, we've already done 100% of that monitoring for these. So there's a big part of this that has to do with timing. I'll talk through that. But thing one is we take this really seriously and we expect for the fiscal year 23 to be very different. The second thing that I just want to be clear on as a framework for this conversation is that this happened during the pandemic. And we stood up programs at the speed that was necessary to meet the moment, but not in a way that was sufficient to meet the fiscal expectations for ongoing programs. For us, the humanitarian demands to keep people housed during the pandemic, it, in many ways, flipped the way that we normally design programs. The council will remember, particularly for ORAP, we prioritize getting dollars out the door, getting dollars on the street first. There was state legislation, there was federal mandate, there was a humanitarian mandate to keep people in their house. And we prioritized doing that first. And then once we saw the kind of the scale of dollars getting out the door, the backlog being cleared, then we put into place some of the fiscal controls. That just didn't happen in the period that was monitored. So in many ways, the way that we did this was the opposite of our standard operating procedures. And it was done under the mandate to keep people housed. So to that end, I want to kind of quickly go through just to remind the council of what was that impact on people's lives, and then I'll go into the findings themselves. So a few slides. The rest of this is really going to be focused on the ORAP program. $426 million in rental assistance paid to households across Oregon. It was over 20 times the amount of normal rental assistance on a per annum basis that is normally distributed throughout Oregon. Served over 67,000 households through the state. Next slide, please. One of the important contextual pieces that we were focused on throughout the administration of ORAP, it was putting people in the center. It was meeting the federal expectations, which was significant rules around spend down, prioritizing getting the money out the door. And in fact, benchmarks that said, if you don't meet these benchmarks, the money is going to be given to another state that was. That's important because Oregon, through our agency, received more than $32 million in funds from other states that were not spending their funding at the benchmarks that the federal government had provided. And so that is money that came to Oregon that otherwise would not have come to Oregon to be able to be put out through the ORAP program. Next slide, please. These next couple slides, I'll go quickly through them. This is the National Low Income Housing Coalition. This is a screenshot. You could go to the next slide as well. That is, I think this one is from the Treasury website, but just recognized Oregon as a national leader. One of the things that we focused on as we stood up the ORAP program was understanding that too often crises widen the gap of opportunity for historically marginalized communities and reproduce the historic inequities. Unless we really intentionally center equity and recovery. And so this is just pulling from one of those websites, the prioritization schema that we had put in order to kind of help limit that equity lag. And so how applications were processed based off of racial equity goals to make sure that communities with limited English proficiency, that historically marginalized populations don't get disadvantaged by first come, first serve sort of application processes. Next slide, and this is just a little last slide about kind of the outcomes of the program. But again, this context feels so important to us because it is what we invested on up front in those first 9 months of programs. This is speaking to some of the results from white populations as compared to BIPOC populations, people served, talking about the income levels of people served through the ORAP program. Next slide. I'll quickly run through this and then I'm going to jump right into the findings. So the historical context, the timeline of this is a critical piece of this audit. So in 2020, our agency through the state legislature received over $100 million in coronavirus relief funding. As a side, that audit did not have any of these compliance issues. And we had turned around and put that through the Community Action Agency network. And as much as there were so many good stories of people served, there was also a lot of challenges. There was extreme challenges about getting the money spent down, on reporting requirements, of confusion for tenants navigating what the different communications and what felt like different programs, a lot of challenges around that. So when December of 2020 came and we found out that we were getting $204 million in federal ERA program, we made the decision that we needed to do something different in how we did this. We chose to go through a centralized application process. This is a bit of a historical review that you all probably remember. But within the next 4 to 5 months, we launched an ERA program. So May of 2021, we launched the ERA program almost immediately. There were system issues, there were application backlog grew. The Oregon legislature took action around safe harbor protections and really a lot of focus on making sure evictions were prevented, specifically related to this program. In August, so about 3 months after launching the program, we made a decision to bring on a vendor, PPL, to help clear the backlog, to help process applications. So it was August that the first payment was made through that. Throughout the fall of 2021 is where we really focused on clearing the backlog of applications, making sure people were able to get their rental assistance paid. We were doing things like 3 times a week dashboard updates to be able to say where are we at with making progress towards getting the money flowing out. And by spring of 2022, so 9 or 10 months from the point of launching, we were doing $11 to $13 million. $11 to $13 million per week in rental assistance payments through that. So I give that context just to say I was a crazy 9 or 10 months. And most of that was when this audit period is looking at. And it was really as we were beginning to see the applications get paid at a scale level that we did stuff like put in Epic Riveron, which is a contractor that we put in place to do a number of things, but one of them was program monitoring, to go and look at the kind of the real-time decisions to make sure that those eligibility determinations and kind of those controls were put into place. So I give that context just to be able to say, like, as we think about this audit and as we think about the areas where we had weaknesses in internal controls, where we were and why we were prioritizing what we prioritized. So you can go ahead and go forward another slide, Shloa. So again, I mentioned earlier that that the Secretary of State auditors provided an adverse opinion, and it was because there were material weaknesses in 4 of the 5 compliance requirements. Those are listed here in like kind of that left column around allowable activities, about eligibility reporting, special tests, those sorts of things. Next slide. So I only have maybe 4 or 5 more slides, and then I'll give time for questions and dialogue. Here are the list of the findings. I'm just going to go through them really quickly, kind of one by one, rather than just reading them on this slide. You can go to the next slide, Shaloa. So 2 of the most significant areas were around, the findings were around ensuring accessible documentation to make sure that we were compliant with program requirements. So those are listed in that left column there. And a material weakness in our inability to fiscally monitor subgrantees. So that really the issue at hand there was a couple things. One, just really candidly, it was staff turnover. We had, for a time in this time period, there was no fiscal monitors that through just attrition and other reason, and we didn't have a backup plan. So one of the things that we have in place now is basically a staff augmentation contract. If we have times where we're not able to monitor, we're able to immediately use that contract to provide that monitoring. But so what that translated to is only 5 of our 18 sub-recipients were monitored. And as I kind of alluded to earlier, on the ESG audit. So the Secretary of State auditors themselves then went to look at subrecipients. And what they found was, one, they weren't responded to. A couple of subrecipients just didn't respond to the auditors. Or they couldn't provide the sufficient documentation. Sometimes it was they couldn't provide the transaction, the general ledger to back up what they drew from us, or couldn't provide documentation to support the different transactions that were sampled there. So those really are that, we didn't do the monitoring, and when the Secretary of State went to do the monitoring, they couldn't verify that the costs were allowable. So, kind of our response is absolutely, we agree. Had we monitored, and I just want to be really clear, had we monitored the subrecipients, and in this case, it was the community action agencies, they would have had more time to provide us the documentation. And in situations where that documentation proves that it was, wasn't an allowable cost, we would have been able to take our corrective action through our kind of normal course of business. I said this earlier, but just kind of looking forward for this fiscal year that ended on June 30th of 2023, 100% of the subrecipients have already been monitored, so this won't be an issue going forward. Next slide, please. The next of the issues, and probably the most significant issue, is around program monitoring. So if we think of fiscal monitoring as it was a cost allowable, program monitoring is often, was a client eligible? And that's a very simple way of thinking about it. And the main issue here, again, it kind of goes to that timeline that I had said. The specific language in the audit says that we didn't have a predefined systemic program monitoring of subrecipients during the audit period. To be really clear, by the end of the audit period, the last 3 months, that's where we brought in those contracts and started to have staff ourselves to focus on that monitoring. So we fully expect it to be a different outcome in the next period. But that's where the timeline really comes into place, right? We very much prioritized getting the program launched, getting payments in the hands of tenants and landlords across the state. And then we implemented internal controls that to really have those robust controls. The other thing I will say is two other things on this. One, to date, through our monitoring, we have identified more than $450,000 in costs that were improperly paid, not through the Secretary of State that had identified 21, but through our monitoring. This was mostly through the PPL vendor that we had brought on, and through our contractual remedies, we're recapturing that money. That's part of our job and our contractual remedies, and be able to get that money back. And so that's, pieces that we have put into place to make sure that that doesn't occur going forward. Next slide. I'm going to go through these last ones pretty quickly. The findings here were two reporting findings. It was around the reports that we provided to the U.S. Treasury themselves, both quarterly and monthly reports, and essentially anomalies in the information. So of the 8 reports looked at, 3 of them, when they looked at our supporting documents, there was issues where if we, what we reported on the Treasury website didn't match the backup documentation. Just to be really clear, we're talking about within $5,000, like a couple $1,000s of difference when we're reporting hundreds of millions of dollars. Or our monthly reports, when you added them up together, they didn't add to the cumulative amount. So there was just some anomalies in the reporting like that. And that mostly had to do with our IT infrastructure. We were using this new Alida system. We were reconciling it to our statewide accounting systems, and there was timing issues, and sometimes the reporting would change. It wasn't static, and so we didn't take like kind of snapshots of what we used at that time. And we also didn't. The second finding around that was around the Federal Transparency Act of the FADA for those of you who have dealt with federal funds before, and the fact that we didn't report on that. And in that case, just really clearly, the federal reporting system wasn't working. And we had the information, we had emailed the information to Treasury, but it wasn't showing up in that federal reporting system. And so we weren't in compliance with that requirement. Next slide. So the last of the findings had to do with essentially making sure that we didn't overspend our administrative allowances for the federal ERA program. And the kind of the issue there, very candidly, was we went from a pre-pandemic system where we had these proactive management reports that were done monthly that tracked at a great level of detail to a time where we implemented this whole new fiscal system through the ALITA system. And our reporting was much more reactive, and it did not have the level of detail that we normally had. And we weren't able to provide the auditors what they needed to be able to see to ensure that we did not overspend. That also has been fully reconciled now. We are not over our administrative allowances for the federal program. So that's it. I'll go through these last slides really quickly here. I already went through this. I think one of the things to just be really clear, $11 million is a very large number. There's no way around that. And it did equal around 3% of the total funds administered. And those are question costs. And so we just really kind of want to be clear on what that means as opposed to improperly paid cost. Next slide. I already went through this. I won't go through it again, but the reason I went through the outcomes, the reason I went through the timeline is we've done a lot of thinking, a lot of looking back on this program, a lot of kind of digging in, and the context matters because at the end of the day, we did what we needed to do. We did what we felt like and understood the mandate to be in order to meet the moment, to continually learn and to kind of deal with the economic fallout of the pandemic. Next slide. The last thing I will say is I'm here talking about the federal compliance audits. There's also a performance audit that is going on for the ORAP program. That objective and scope is listed there. It hasn't been released yet. We're not at a liberty to share the draft report as of yet, but really the focus on this is what can we learn to be better ready for the next emergency situation. And I think part of the reason why I wanted to walk through some of this context today was not only because of the news story that Chair Hall mentioned, but also because that context and the mandates that we were operating under is really critical, and we expect to be part of the kind of the report and where we want to be as a learning agency. So I will end the slideshow there. We can go ahead and stop sharing. And it was a lot of information, unlike most information we shared, but happy to answer questions or whatever the case may be.
Okay. Caleb, I'd like to start off with a few.
Sure.
And I'm going to feed back in my own words some of the things I observed or noted during your presentation. And I want you to either confirm that I'm correct, or if I'm off the track, get me back on it. So first off, these are definitely serious findings in a federal audit, but I don't know, maybe it's just my opinion and observations, but I think a large part of this, some of it, maybe all of it, reflects the fact that in an extreme crisis, Congress decided to push money out to the states for this emergency relief. And there was a lot of emphasis on getting it out the door quickly, but that required, in many cases, just kind of creation of a whole new infrastructure.
Cheryl, absolutely. The way that we delivered this was unlike anything we've ever done before, having a single application portal, the processing done by a separate entity. It was absolutely under the mandate of what we understood from the federal government.
And great, thank you. And another thing that occurs to me, at least sometimes when I'm in conversation with people and the word audit comes up, that's and negative audit findings, that can be kind of a trigger or hot button issue, but I think it's really important for people to know that there's been no, I guess, malfeasance or misfeasance discovered. No money went into anybody's pocket. It was simply racing to kind of keep up with the federal mandates and expectations and get the dollars out the door. Is that fair?
Yeah, Chair Hall, I would say that's mostly fair. I would say I mentioned in the monitoring that we put into place and have been doing, there have been situations where the wrong amount was paid, or a client that received payment shouldn't have received payment. And in those cases, we set up our contracts to be able to have controls around that, right? To be able to recapture that funding if we need to in those cases. There have been in a program that has this scale, there are bad actors. And we also have seen where there's individuals or landlords who try to game the system and intentionally try to receive fraudulent payments. And we've had our series of those as well. And we've sent those through the kind of appropriate channels, whether that be local law enforcement, through the Department of Justice. And so, in those cases where there were those bad actors, we're using kind of the right regulatory bodies, if you will, to take action on those.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Rogers.
Yes, thank you very much for the information, and the timeline was really helpful. I'm glad to know that this was like the first, and I do recognize that the pandemic dollars was just one of those things that nobody anticipated, and I really appreciate the agency rising up to get the money out the door. However, when you connected me with the state auditor and I looked at the report, I was like, oh my goodness, no. Yes, $11 million is a lot of money. And so my first question around that, you indicated that there were, I think you said 2 sub-recipients who didn't respond with any documentation at all. So my question is, have they been removed from our list so that they won't be part of the program going forward? Then the other thing that I think should be noted, and it sounds like you've taken this into consideration and put some different procedures in place, but it's been my experience. So I had experience with the 2009 meltdown, and at the time I was with HAP, now known as Home Forward. But anyway, because we got all this ARA grant money, we actually put a coordinator in place to manage the reporting feature so that, that point person could make sure that, our sub-recipients had the right information that they needed to provide to us so that, we wouldn't encounter findings, and, coordinated with the person to make sure that we did have the proper backup for what we reported into the system. And I was part of that reporting person. But anyway, it's just good to think about those sorts of things so that, yes, we're prepared in going into the next emergency, whatever that may be. Hopefully it'll be 100 years from now, and I know I won't be here, but still, the thing to me, that's great about agencies and government and community. Even though we won't be here, we can put stuff in place that will help the next generation to make sure that it does happen properly from the lessons that we learned going along the way. So thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
Councilmember Lee. Oh, I'm sorry. Caleb, did you want to respond there?
No, just I mostly appreciate as far as a direct question. I think that I heard Councilmember Rogers. The two that did not respond, no, they have not been removed. They are two community action agencies that we are working with. We absolutely have policies in place where we have performance concerns, compliance concerns, to do things, you know, to whether it be withholding funding, monitoring more frequent. I did those in the opposite order. Monitoring more frequently, to withholding funding, to ultimately not providing any funding. And so we're working through those pieces. But just really, really clearly, no, we have not currently removed those two subrecipients.
Okay, so then my follow-up question, you said you have all these things where you can not give them. So have we given them more funding since that time?
Yes, we have provided them more funding in a way that makes sure that the issues that we had with ORAP are not going to be the same issues for any of the funding that we're currently giving to them.
Okay, well, just for the record, I'd like to say I'd like them removed from the list, because I get that you're trying to be engaging and help move them along in working with them, but a lot of times until you take the money away, people don't do what they need to do. Thanks.
Appreciate the comments.
Hey, Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Chair Hall. I'll just start by saying, thanks, Caleb. You answered the question. I was like, did I hear you say community action agencies did not respond to a request from the Secretary of State, nor to you, nor to anyone else to supply data that they are contractually obligated to provide? And it sounds like, yes, indeed. I have to be with Councilmember Rogers on this. We give a lot of space, time, resources, grace, whatever we want to call it, basic response to a statewide audit or a request from OHCS to provide data that is expected and is contractually required, and failure to do that, I don't understand how it is we continue to allow that happen. And I know this is an ongoing challenge, right? This didn't happen in this situation only. And I think there's got to be a way for there to be more serious consequences and actions taken, because in the end, whether we take those consequences or not, we, the agency, will take consequences. And in the end, those consequences may have negative impact to the community, right? It's not simply that we're trying to punish somebody. It's that accountability rolls up and down, and a basic accountability piece of providing data on who you served or how you spent a resource should not be a question for us in any way, shape, and form. It should be the bottom line expectation of many. So I just want to say I am in full agreement with Councilmember Rogers, and I know that that is not something we get to call as the council. However, I want you to hear, at least from the two of us, that we are supporting staff taking appropriate steps and measures when that happens. The next question is also around consequences, and maybe Director Bell, this is for you. What are the consequences that are maybe possibly anticipated to the agency from the governor's office and the legislature as part of this audit and identification? I mean, I appreciate, Caleb, the background information. These things happen all the time. I don't want to say it in a way to be dismissive or to say that we don't, shouldn't take them seriously. I see us doing that, and I appreciate that information. As we look even at the percentages of the overall money gotten out in perfect compliance, and as we understand that a questioned expenditure does not mean it was an illegal or a malfeasant one, to Chair Hall's, right? We understand the context, and I appreciate that. I also know that there's been a lot that has been tasked to this agency from the governor's office and from the legislature, and this may not be something we can address now. I'm interested in any anticipated, maybe there are not. I mean, maybe we understand this is an opportunity to learn, get feedback, we've taken corrective action, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But any potential consequences as a result. Did we respond in writing to this audit already? And if we did, or if we're going to, I'd appreciate seeing that as a member of the council. And I have a question. Sometimes when my organization has audits from the auditor, the agency asks for an advisory board to also comment, to make sure that the advisory board has been briefed, is following, is, you know, doing our responsibilities to provide direction and policy oversight. So I'm just asking that question, not only for this audit, but for the one that is yet to be released. And is there a role or an expectation or a way in which we can help or support that would call on the council to communicate in some ways? And finally, I'm going to say this with much respect. I wish we had heard this from you all, not through the press. And I know there are a lot of moving parts, and perhaps Chair Hall had been briefed, but the rest of the council, to my knowledge, hadn't been briefed. I hadn't been briefed, even if it could have been just a heads up of, hey, this is happening, it's going to start getting out, we're going to come and brief you, but we can't talk yet. I really want to know that I'm going to hear these things from staff first and not get my information from the news media, right? I hope there is enough room for us to be able to tell each other, yep, well, we fell down, or we bumped our knees, or any of those kinds of things. And to, you know, and I think that's the attitude that's been portrayed, Caleb, in your presentation today. I just wish that it extended to us with an email saying, heads up, this is coming. And I appreciate that the next audit you've referenced and let us know about. And so whenever you're able to share information about it, I know we'll get it. So this always is really disappointing, I think, when everyone has worked so very hard and done superhuman things to get critical feedback. Can really be disappointing and, you know, a real morale, you know, downer. So I just want to say I appreciate the work that you and the staff did under horrendous conditions. I don't see these critical feedback pieces as the system is broken, you all didn't do what you needed to do. And I appreciate the fact that you will go back and we'll do better the next time. And that's where we got to be here. So I know I appreciate your priority to get the money out to people. That bottom line was the most important thing to do. And I support the decision-making that was made in order to make that happen, even as we made mistakes and now are going back to figure it out. So thank you.
Councilmember Mania.
Just a couple of things. The last comment made by Councilmember Lee in terms of the disappointment of not having heard from staff about this issue is big. And really, it leaves me with a sense of lack of trust or lack of ability to share on things that impact the agency and impact not only the agency, but how the agency and the bodies proceed, but also how things are working. That is a disappointment. And echo what has been said in terms of, I don't understand how a partner organization, as important as they may be, are not responsive to demands from auditors. I really don't understand that. I understand what kind of excuse or what kind of response they make to say, sorry, we didn't get it or whatever that may be. It just doesn't. I don't understand it. And whether, you know, not continuing to fund may not be an option because they're maybe the only organization in the area that needs to continue to work, but there has to be some type of message that says that's not an option. When an auditor asks for documentation, it has to be responded to. Thank you.
Councilmember Rogers.
So I would just like to piggyback from Councilmember Minion saying, yes, when an auditor asks you for something or an agency that gave you money, ask you for the documentation, you're supposed to provide it. I've been an auditor in the past, and so that's red flag. You know, it's like, okay, so now I'm thinking that you paid money to somebody you know that you shouldn't have, and you don't want to show me the documentation. And so as an agency, I don't think we want to put ourselves in that light to the community, in that we're still continuing to partner with someone who's not trustworthy. So.
Okay, thank you.
So Chair Hall, maybe just apologies, I didn't want to
Go
interrupt.
ahead.
Just wanted to make sure that we are responsive to a couple of things, I think specific things that were recalled here. I think the first one, which is hearing the resounding alignment in the lack of response from a couple of community action agencies in which there was no response to us or to the auditors. So I just want to acknowledge the alignment of the, I don't want to say disappointment, because I think that's a feeling, just a, you know, at a minimum, you show up to the job, at a minimum, just showing up. And when you don't respond, that's not showing up for the job. And so I think we just need to acknowledge that is a reality. And I think we can talk about what continuous oversight and expectations, and I think specifically around what is that, to what Deputy Director Yant mentioned around sort of that oversight to ensure that doesn't happen. I think we owe the council just making sure visibility to what that actually looks like, as opposed to sort of a quick reference. So we can take that and note that as a follow-up. I'll also note the feedback that I also heard resounding and loud and clear, and Chair Hall, you and I can take this back around ensuring that council collectively and individually has adequate foresight to things. I think Chair Hall and I think can have some work on making sure that that just gets out plainly and proactively. I think that's also to a minimum expectation that we would have of each other around maintaining, preserving trust, which is hearing what's happening across the agency. So that's duly noted, and want you to know I'm coming away with that. There was a curiosity that was placed around consequences. So at this point, both from an auditor's perspective, but I think Councilmember Lee, I think you also asked a question around from the governor's office perspective around consequences. There's nothing that we forecast now in terms of consequences. What I would say that there is a shared interest in wanting to know sort of the detail around how we got here, what drove decisions to make sure that there isn't selective amnesia about the very unique conditions and circumstances around a global pandemic. I think let's just say it wasn't just a crisis. We're talking about a global pandemic. There is nothing that is in our current day that is even remotely similar to that. And I think what we see represented here is, I think, the ability for the agency, and I think many of our partners who helped the program do what it was supposed to do, which is chew bubblegum and walk at the same time, which is to be as hold fidelity to all of the checks and balances that we have to, and make sure that we are exercising what good government is, which is for the people, and making sure that we are ensuring that millions and millions of people don't lose housing. And so I think it's certainly challenged sort of risk tolerance and all the other things, but I think we feel confident about what we've put in place so that our future selves, the future of the organization, and I say like near-term future too, is in a better place if we had something remotely similar. But I think at this point, there's more of a curiosity in what's applied and what specifically is applied as opposed to a consequence. But I think holding ourselves able and capable to foresight and proactive, if that should shift, we will also make sure that the council is aware of that. And then I think in terms of response, there was also a curiosity in terms of response. So even though at this point, we're not able to share what the sort of draft on the performance audit side of the emergency rental assistance program, we do expect a response letter. We do intend to provide a response. And I do think that this is a opportunity for the council as part of sort of earlier conversations around council's voice and perspective. One, because this was a body of work that we brought to council to vote on. So that's one. So you have agency in what you voted on, because this is very much reflection of that shared decision making. But I think it's also an opportunity for the council collectively as a body that our voice will be carried through in this response, but I think council also has voice to the auditors as well. And so I think we would certainly want to make sure that we can do whatever is needed to support, excuse me, to support you all, and ensuring that the council's direct voice, not voice via the agency, is heard as well. And so we can, Caleb and I can follow up to make sure you have kind of key dates in order to craft that response, so that if the council so chooses to do that in writing, that you all have agency to do that.
Okay, thank you, Director Bell. So I'm sensing this conversation, for now, this iteration is kind of reaching a natural conclusion, but I think not only on this topic, but on a lot of topics, I just want to applaud and thank the council members for their level of engagement, staff for, as always, keeping us prepped with a nice, thorough information packet. And, you know, thank you to the members of the public who are watching in. And it's okay, Councilmember Lee.
Chair Hall, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to ask a question, not on this issue. So
okay,
if you want to
sure.
go before we close,
Yeah,
so I'll
well,
wait. You finish.
No, I was reaching the end. Just, you know, thanks and appreciation to everybody who has come together in this virtual room to wrestle with opportunities and challenges among the very most important work we have. So say that's my thought, and Councillor Lee, you have the floor.
I just want us to think about, so we did a lot of new stuff here today, right? In terms of our deep dive and some of the refocusing, which I was thrilled about. I really enjoyed being able to go deep on some of these issues. I'm excited about being able to do that more in the future. And I'm wondering how we're going to evaluate what we learned from today and what worked and what didn't work and what we want to move over into the future. So I don't want to extend the meeting any further. However, I wonder if there could be some kind of a brief survey or, you know, someplace where we could just say, I love this. This was close, but you know, amend it and let's not do that again, right? So we can just, again, we're modeling our accountability for ourselves in testing, and then figure out what we've learned from the test. So I just want to put that out there as a request somehow to be able to just assess and discuss how this went today, because I thought it was a really lovely meeting, and I thank everyone involved in making it so. Thank you.
Yeah, Director Bell, I think that's maybe one more topic. It just seems like we're building up an agenda of things we need to cover in our next conversation, and I think this would be a good thing to tackle.
Yeah, I'm on it. I will follow up with you, Chair Hall, on this, but I would expect that maybe within the next week, in the vein of not, with all due respect, over deliberating, we may just work to just get a very 4 to 5 question survey out, and we can, you can give us feedback both on the survey itself and on this process, but I won't push that to a topic for next month. We'll just get some feedback out, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, thanks so much, everybody, again. And at 1:33 on this Friday afternoon, I will declare us to be in adjournment. Thanks again.